You tased a dude on a bicycle?
Yes.
Please tell me you tased him from your car on the bicycle.
I did. This was a tactic I would use. So I see this guy, and I know he's wanted. I know he's got a felony warrant, and I know the last time I dealt with him, he had a gun on him. So I'd roll up, blacked out behind him, and I yell out his name, and he looks at me and he goes, "Fuck, Vargas," and he just books it. And I try and bump him with my door initially.
He's just riding his bike
right
next to you?
Me. Yeah. Just, I mean, he's focused. You know what I mean? I just was like, pop. This was the second time I had done this, and I remember this vividly because
You've tased 2 people on a bike?
oh, I've tased more than that, but this was the
Man, I was not expecting. I already know I'm gonna cry on this podcast. This episode is this episode is definitely gonna need a prayer because I don't know where it's going to go. So
Okay.
if you want to bless this episode,
Absolutely,
let's
I
do
would be
this. I
honored.
think it's gonna go in really incredible ways. It's gonna get super emotional. I could already feel. I don't even know why I can already feel it. So
Okay.
let's do it, dude. I'd be honored.
Heavenly Father, we come before you today, honored and grateful. Lord, I can't thank you enough for the ultimate sacrifice you made to make us whole, to forgive us and wash us with your blood. Lord, as we start this episode and this recording, I ask that you come into this room and fill it with the Holy Spirit, Lord. Lord, I ask that you remove any enemy, any spiritual attacks. Lord, I pray that you fill us with the Holy Spirit. Allow us to speak truth with love. Allow us to glorify you. Lord, above all, I just ask that you give us one man that hears this and he knows that he's not alone, that you are always with him. Lord, I pray that families will be healed, that men will find a heavenly Father that will never walk away or betray them. And Lord, I know that families will find strength and comfort in all of the episodes that come out of this room. Lord, I pray your favor over Bam, and you use him as a vessel as you've already done. Lord, I ask that you put a fire in him like nothing he's ever felt before. I truly believe his calling and his purpose is higher and greater, and with that come the attacks, Lord, and I know you know that. So, Lord, I just ask that you continue to allow him to reach to you, seek you for comfort, and bless and look over his family in this season and the seasons to come. It's in Jesus' mighty name I pray.
Amen.
Amen.
You ready?
No. No.
Oh, it's going to be a shit show, buddy.
It is, man.
I had a completely different intro already in my head. Already how I was going to introduce you. It is gone. It is gone. I think this conversation is going to go in some incredible ways because I feel a lot of men right now in this state we're in are feeling it. And they don't know where to go. I was going to originally have this conversation with you, and we're going to dive into it. You've spent 20 years in law enforcement. One of your boys ended up getting shot in the last day that you were a cop, and ended up getting in like a 9-hour, one of the longest shootouts or standoffs in California history. I want to dig in all this. There's a pressure, there's a weight, there's this environment that we consume ourselves in as men, and we don't know how to get out of it. And I feel you probably got drugged down into those trenches for a long time, which I feel a lot of us are walked in and are still walking in, and you ended up finding your faith, and it has completely changed who you are. And it's hard for me. I get emotional with it. Fuck already. All right, we're going to get through this, dude.
Hey, man. Your biggest strength is your vulnerability right now.
100%.
Men need to see this in you. They're gonna see it in me, man. I have no shame in this anymore.
Absolutely not.
We've had to suffer in silence.
For a long time.
It's generational. Military, law enforcement, suck it up. Put your head down. Be the protector and the provider.
Mm-hmm.
That gets heavy, and unless someone comes along and tells you that there is a greater thing in this world, and it's your faith.
Yep.
And when you find it and you lean into it, you can truly start to heal that hole in your heart.
And then when you start to feel that, you start to realize everything you're carrying. You start to realize little by little how much weight starts getting chipped off of you the more you start to lean. And everything's like a pendulum. You're super into it, fade and come and go. And yeah, dude, okay, I've never had an intro like this before except for my daughter. So I think a lot of men need to hear this. You look at us and we're these tatted 6 foot plus, you got to be 220-ish, 30-ish, you're big boys, and you look at us and this is the last thing you'd ever expect, which God shit, man. Like this is wild chaos. This is the reality, and this is why we don't ever edit anything, and we're 100% real and raw here, because nobody puts this type of stuff out. And I dude, your application, and I don't know if I looked over your application or just haven't got to it yet, because we've had hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of applications that come in, but I've had multiple people like, dude, you need to have a conversation with this guy. And so that's why I think I messaged on Instagram or something. I was like, yo, dude, we need to run this. And then I saw you were in already an application. And so had no idea where it was going to go. I think this is going to be a really good episode for a lot of reasons. I think men need to hear conversations like this because we've been raised in this society. We need to be tough. We need to bottle everything. And I think that's just generations of curses being passed down. And I think there's obviously now with an awakening, and a lot of men are trying to break the chains, which I know you're doing, I'm doing. And a lot of guys don't know how to or where to even start or what it feels or looks like. We're going to dive into that today because I truly feel vulnerability. Like you said, being able to express that and show your children, show your wife how we feel, who we are. They need to know those things, or you end up bottled up and 20 years later, you're still an asshole. So your kids don't want to be around you. Your wife doesn't want to be around you. You're probably on your second or third marriage. And because we don't do this. So, all right, bro. David, before we jump in, we're going to send you home with a fresh loaf. It's actually baking. I think the wife's got a fresh hot one for you downstairs waiting for you right now. So it started as a little homeschool project that we did for our kids, and it turned into a business. So I love our supporters. Everybody gets on every week and orders bread from the little one and support us. And it's been a crazy journey so far. So we're going to send you home with that. What size shirt are you? Shit. What size shirt are you?
XL.
Extra large one. Yeah. I actually might have the perfect shirt for you, dude.
Nice.
Sorry, kiddo. I forgot to grab this.
No, don't be sorry.
Damn, bro. Right out the gate, dude.
I should have warned you.
Yeah.
He needs this.
I just had we call them, what do we call them? What do you guys call them? An attack, a spiritual attack, like last week. So this is
Let's
perfect
talk
timing.
about that, man. Seriously.
No,
too deep or off camera?
Oh, 100%.
Okay, because
I'm all about putting my shit out there. Just fresh right now. No, I mean, you know what? I don't even care. I'll talk about it because what does anybody even judge? No, I don't care.
Okay.
I just come to Jesus moment, man. I had a lot of pressure and I was feeling it, and yeah, it kind of came to a head, and it was, my wife calls them spiritual attacks. What we kind of are processing what this is, after I lost my brother, my family, we don't talk about things in my family. It's watch things, and then it's just the next day, everything's fine again. And so when my brother died, nobody has processed anything. It's 5 years. Like, no, our family doesn't talk. I've not disowned, but I've removed my parents from our life since then. They've started to rot inside, I feel like, and it just didn't need it. My sister is just a very person. So our family's never processed any of this. So every year this is where it's been fascinating. I now started digging into trauma and how our bodies will actually hold the trauma, even though we're not thinking about the event. Our bodies are preparing. They know your body and mind are connected. And it's very little reading I've since last week. And so how our bodies will actually prepare for these moments. So my wife has actually tracked it back every few years when I have these attacks where I just see red. I'll burn the whole house to the ground in a way. Like, we don't play divorce in our house. We don't play with that word. And like, it was like brought up and that I'm done. You guys are better off without me. That whole shit. And so, which isn't normal. That's why this is such a thing, because it's not a normal thing in our house. We don't fight like this. We don't have these come to Jesus moments. And now I'm like, drop paperwork. Fuck it. I'm at like, this is, one of those, but you back up a couple of years. There's one in June, back up a couple. I almost killed myself on I almost died on the anniversary of my brother's death. My parents almost lost both their kids on June 5th. Like that's, I just go all out. I'm all gas, no brake. I go all the way, almost not addict mentality, but I don't realize my body's doing this shit. And so we start now, it's like after this one, my wife's like, okay, we need to start unpacking this. It's always in June. You have these come to Jesus moments where, it's almost like Satan in the one drop in a bucket at a time that eventually is just, you don't notice, but eventually it's going to overflow. And I think, and it just builds and builds. And so, yeah, that's why being able to pray and be vulnerable in front of your kids and all that, I'm in it. So, it's crazy because you sit here and we call ourselves, man of faith. But then you get to those moments because you stop praying, stop talking, stop the search and seeking. And then Satan, I feel truly works himself in. And I know there's probably a lot of listeners that aren't faith-based, but I'll tell you what, man, it's changed my life. But yeah, it's kind of the cliff notes. We'll talk about more, but yeah, it's all built. And I haven't processed my brother's death. A lot of that. I haven't, it's weird. So
it's heavy, man.
Yeah. I had 30 days before I had to put my service dog down, which is like a child. And I know people are weird about, it's just a pet, but that dog's the reason I even had my family. He helped me spit game with my wife. And when I was running from the cops, he was hanging out the window and I see this blonde and yeah, he's the reason. So my service dog, I had to put him down. Less than 30 days later, I'm holding my brother's cold feet as he takes his last breath. And then it was like, poop, and then right back to life. And never process any of it. So June is like my trigger month for some reason. I don't know what it is and the pressure. And I'll be honest with you, man, I think a lot of it's my phone. I just broke my phone last week. I didn't break my phone. Something just glitched in my phone. I honestly think it's Israel fucking with me, but because it just things don't make sense. And I've been telling my wife for a couple of weeks and finally like hit my phone, just nothing, everything. So I take it into the shop and it was so messed up. They couldn't even, it was like the software was glitchy, all this crazy stuff with my phone. So I went 5 days. I went all this week. I just got my phone back yesterday. Changed my life. Changed my youngest. Dad, I already noticed a difference in you.
I'm going to challenge you if you don't mind.
100%.
I would be honored to walk this journey with you. And I have some things that I've been trying, and I'd like to invite you along with that journey.
All in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's helping me. It's helping the guys at the gym.
All in.
It's a weekly challenge, and it just keeps us focused on him.
Yeah.
Okay.
All
Because
for it.
when we don't have purpose, when we don't have direction, and we might think we have purpose and direction at certain times, but if we're not focused on him, I compare it to like a pressure chamber.
Mm-hmm.
If I'm filling myself with the word and him in that book, because like I said, it has to relate to what I'm going through at the time. Does that make sense? Like I can't just read I'm not good enough just to open the Bible and be like, okay, if I go to Romans here,
bro, I feel so retarded doing that because then I'm reading it and I'm like, I don't know what any of this means.
I should
have then I get discouraged.
Yes.
And I know there's so many dudes in the same boat because then I see these guys, they're in their scripture, they're highlighting it right, and I'm over here.
Oh, buddy.
What the fuck is John? John's from who?
Yeah. Well, and I'm like, is this Paul or is this
Paul is this? Like, this is BC Paul. Like, I'm trying to figure this shit out. And then I'm like, fuck it. Then I start sweating. And then
you're like, I'm done.
I'm done. This is stupid. I feel stupid.
We got action Bibles at the house, bro.
I need like marine Bibles
it's
for
a
I could
comic
color
book.
it.
Has she heard of the Action Bible?
No.
Oh, how did I almost want to grab one. I have them. So I have them at the house. It's a comic book Bible. Comic book. It literally is a Bible with pictures. Look, if you look it up on Amazon, look up Action Bible. So these are the little hacks. Like I got to figure out, like, keep it simple, stupid. Like
100%.
I got to keep it like, just like real, like crayon type for me.
Yes.
And,
Oh, I see it.
it's so awesome, dude. It's epic. So we've done things like on Monday nights, we have a little Bible study at the house, and we literally just have been reading the Action Bible because it's comic book and there's no pressure. Let's read 10 or 15 pages. We'll laugh, we'll joke, we'll screw around. And
I got to watch like kids' cartoon
Dude,
movies because I'm like, oh, so Moses had the
that's what the Action Bible is, dude.
I'm that Christian. You know, I think that's another reason why I have a hard time connecting with some Christian because by Philippians.
Yes.
And I'm like, I don't even know how to spell that.
I'm drooling on myself. Like, come on.
Yes,
Like,
dude.
I
That's
just-
the big. Nobody talks about
No.
this is because everybody just wants to be that Christian that's buried in their book. You got to open the Bible. You got to read. You got to read. Yeah, I read 4 lines and I'm like, what did I just read? And I'm discouraged and I'm like, screw it. I'll just.
So
That's where I'm at.
So in this thing, this weekly, we called it a discipline covenant. Every week, I pull a little piece of scripture, try and do my best. If I can't with that scripture, I find other scripture. But what I do is, so like this past week was temperament. Okay.
Okay.
So I pull a piece of scripture up.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then there's some reflection questions based on the the scripture. And then I meet with all these guys one-on-one, or we started doing a little bit of a group stuff.
Yeah.
And we talk about the reflection questions and how I try and make them applicable to our life. So we're not just reading the Bible
Absolutely.
and going, we're going to be fine. We're healed if we read the Bible.
Yeah, no.
Well, no, the Bible is our sword to help keep me like on the offensive rather than the defensive. So like we did temperament. So the scripture comes from Proverbs 16:32. Whoever is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he who rules his spirit than he who takes a city. So then I spend some time. It takes me a long time to process these and figure these out. Basically, my thought off of that is a disciplined man is not controlled by his emotions. He controls them. Strength is not measured by how loudly a man can react, but by how faithfully he can respond. Godly temperament reflects maturity, wisdom, and self-control. So then I go into the reflection questions. What situations most often trigger anger, frustration, and or impatience in you or me currently? Okay, so that's one. I usually do 4 to 5 questions. How do my words and my actions affect those around me when I lose control? And now I've started sharing this with my wife. So obviously it's a men's gym, but I want, like, she's my iron, dude.
No, absolutely.
She's sharp. She's been sharpening me well before I was fucking rust.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I was this piece of iron on the ground that was like, people would just kick around. And then she's like, nah, I see some potential in him. You know what I mean?
Rusty leaf spring in someone's
Like
junkyard.
like a little nail.
An old railroad stake somewhere laying on the side of a track.
Seriously.
My wife picked up.
She's been it, dude.
Yep.
Proverbs 27:17. She's my iron that sharpens me. Am I known for reacting emotionally or responding biblically?
That's one where I failed big time.
I do all the time. I mean, I keep it real, bro.
Yeah,
like, even with
same.
my guys, I'm like, this is where I fucked up this week.
Yeah, you have
Okay?
to.
This is where I went wrong.
Or who are you're a Pharisees if you're not?
Yep. And you're just you're a poser.
And how are you helping dudes if you're not being real?
You ain't.
That's why I have such a hard time sometimes with people, and it's like, man, this guy's never talked about anything he's
done
you're
wrong.
perfect.
Or, yeah.
Every week, this guy's just
this
on
guy's
it.
just nailing it. I'm like, it's right
I
on,
like
bro.
it like that. And then-
Someday.
yeah. Then you chase it. And you're like, I'm never gonna be like this. And you realize down the road the dude's just
It's just a front.
just as messed up as you are.
And then the last one. What would it look like for me to rule my spirit this week? To actually take control of my spirit and allow it So, it's cliche, but a lot of people say be the thermostat, not the thermometer. Set the temperature in the room. Don't react to the temperature.
I like that.
Because as men, we don't and aren't taught how to control our emotions, right?
No.
We're not.
Ever.
And especially like if our dad, and it doesn't necessarily even, you can go from one end of the spectrum to the other. You can have a dad who's not present or no father presence at all. So now a boy is getting raised by a mother, which again, nothing wrong with that. But at the same time, he needs that structure and discipline, and he needs to be able to be shown how to
Absolutely
act and respond like a man. Or you can have a dad who's fully present in the home, but doesn't have the ability to communicate with his son. Or you have a dad who's just out there grinding because he's got to, and he's just providing, but he's not present to do that, which is where I fell in during my journey. But when we become so now, and I learned early on in my career, because I got a lot of scar tissue, that emotionally charged decisions are usually career or life impacting.
Facts. I have the scars.
Right?
I have scars to prove that theory.
Fuck. Whether it was in my personal life, my work life, it just was never good. You're in a bar, disrespect, emotion goes through the roof, and now you're punching somebody. He blink, knocks his head, and now you're like, oh fuck.
I was actually involved in an incident, that exact incident. I had a buddy that punched an off-duty cop. The off-duty cop followed us like 4 different bars, harassing. Because I used to roll with some dudes that were like, it was Temecula back in the day, right? Like we've all had that crew. But yeah, this Mexican cop, man, you could probably look this shit up. Followed us like 4 different bars. Last bar, my buddy dotted his ass, but he hit his head on the bar. They ended up having to split this cop from ear to ear to relieve pressure. And the cop didn't even go after my buddy. The state did, or the department did, and he ended up going away for it, even though they had all the camera footages, us breaking this up, the dude threatening us. He was an off-duty cop, was going to go get his weapon. Yeah, and my buddy ended up doing time all because of emotions like that.
Dude.
But if it was at me, I would have done the same thing. But he wasn't targeted. I wasn't the target that night.
But that's how quickly life can change when you're ruled by emotion.
Yep.
And I've learned that the hard way, because God gives us free will. So he lets us make these decisions. So good on him. I appreciate that. But I wasn't ever smart enough to realize it. And then time after time, I'm running my head into the wall off of all these stupid emotionally charged decisions I'm making, whether it's in a relationship, my marriage, at work, and every time I would just catch a lashing.
Yep.
And I'd be like, that hurt a lot. And then I start, okay, I'm going to do better. And then
Nope.
Bing.
A few months later, I'll do better next time. A few months later.
And it was always those moments when I'm like,
why?
You pray during those,
why?
Right? You pray. You could be the furthest from God, but in those moments, you're like, God, help me.
Just get me through this.
Atheists pray, dude.
Like all atheists prays in a fighting hole.
Yeah, but think about it. Like if you're like stuck in traffic or trying to make it to somewhere, and you're like, can you just make the traffic go? Who are you talking to? Right? Who are you talking to? I know who you're talking to. You know who you're talking to. You just don't want to admit it. But same thing, yeah, man. So the we call it the discipline covenant, and the week before was consistency.
We need to. We're definitely need to talk offline. We got to start this episode, but I got a community. We're going to talk more about. I do something kind of similar, not strictly faith based, but faith is one of our pillars in there. And so I want to show you this. I think you'd be an asset inside of BAM Nation because.
However I can help you, man.
Same,
seriously,
man. Same.
I'm all about I'm into I was put on this earth to serve men, dude. I mean, be honest with you.
But it's hard to find true men that are just want to help men. I think now there's always an angle. There's always it's also hard to find guys that are just relatable.
Correct.
That are on the rougher sides.
The Lord will bring them to you. He will. I've learned that. I was trying to push that. Like, I'm just trying to help everybody. I'll be honest with you, man. Not everybody wants fucking help.
Or knows how to take the help.
Yeah. And so now I just plant seeds.
And let them grow.
And whenever that soil's ready, man, whoever waters it, however that comes to be. So I'm no longer responsible for saving anybody or anybody's salvation, man. I'm just disciple, dude. Yep. Like, this is what he did for me.
Hey, when you're ready, you're ready.
You're ready. You're ready. Like
That's why I don't advertise. I don't push. I don't market my community. It's when the men seek. It's when they hey man, I see this thing, and I'm like, because I know at that point when you're reaching, they're ready.
Yep.
They've gone through a lot, and so that's where they But I probably should put more of what's going on in there. But at the same time, so guys do know when that time comes. But at the same time, it's just I want those select guys that they hit that moment. And they're like, oh shit, because they'll reach out to me in DMs. I'm like, hey, I got this opportunity. Like you might want to check this out. But yeah, it's one of those. I don't want to go, and I don't want the masses. I want when you're at that point, because we've all been there. Where you're like, I can't. What's my my options aren't working.
Yep.
I have to go in what direction now?
And I would say maybe, and we could talk offline, but I was very secretive of my gym initially.
Yeah.
Or the Lord's gym. I just worked there, but like I just was so protective of these guys. And recently, since I've kind of opened it up and we had an outside fellowship, I was like, guys are really intimidated, even like strong guys, because they don't want to be vulnerable.
Mm-hmm.
But when you are like, hey man, like there ain't no judgment here, bro.
Yeah.
And there's that guy that probably wouldn't have reached out, and now you've kind of just like opened the door for him. He might be ready to walk through it.
For sure.
Does that kind of make sense too?
For sure.
So it's kind of that. It is. But I get your point. Like I don't want just.
We're still in the very infant stages of it, and there's a lot of building and growth going on there. It'll come one day, so it's more accessible, but there's a lot of resources and there's a lot of really good things going on there. So there's this really great foundation. I think that's my biggest thing is I'm trying to build an incredible foundation. So when men do come in, they're received by guys that have gone through the process already, that have seen and how this has helped.
Yep.
And so then it's like, you're not just like, hey guys,
family.
I'm the new one.
Yeah.
Like, hey,
Yeah.
It's like, yo, come on in, get in here. And then you just roll right into it, which is, it's starting to happen.
Nice.
So it's really cool how these guys are accepted. And so, yeah, it's very, just doing it right, at least. Dude, all right, we're 20 minutes in already. We haven't started the show. All right, bro, who are you? Where are you from?
So
this is a different one, huh, kid?
So David Vargas, and I am now a man of faith and a son of God. I'm sure we'll get into who David used to be. My kids and my wife, and the joke at home is DBC, David Before Christ. And he's a guy that is now in a box, and we have put him away, and hopefully we never have to take him out of that box. I would prefer if he stayed there. But
who are you now?
I serve the Lord first and foremost. And it's the most honorable thing I've ever done. And I'm a husband, and I'm a father. And those are my priorities. And that's what I live for, man. I live for those three things right there: the Lord, my wife, and my kids.
Where are you from?
Originally, I am from Modesto, California.
That's a fun place to grow up.
It is.
What was that like?
Back in the 80s, actually, it was a farming community.
Yeah.
Rural farming community, riding our bikes around, just getting into trouble. I ran around with I guess you'd call them back then neighborhood kids.
Okay.
Now they'd be called like shitheads.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't it funny? Now they got e-bikes and they're way worse than what we were doing at our age.
Yeah. I mean, we were playing tackle football in the streets, stealing things from the local stores, running from the cops, that type of stuff.
Right.
What I didn't realize at the time, because both my parents were hardworking folks, and my dad had his own business and he was always working, and my mom, and totally understand that. But kids back then, you went out and you did your thing and you were home before the lights, the street lights came on. But as I got older, I realized the kids I was hanging around with, Mexican Mafia member, soon, future down the road, Mexican Mafia member, AB. So as of a few years ago, when I had heard from a couple of my boys who've kind of turned their lives around, that original crew, one is in prison and the rest are dead.
Damn.
Yeah. So I didn't see it for what it was at the time. I thought we were just out, causing just causing hell. And then all of a sudden I started, as I got into my profession and I started coming in contact with them and arresting them, I was like, wow.
Oh, so you grew up in Modesto,
Yep.
never left.
I didn't leave. So grew up in Modesto, born and raised there, went away to school in Arkansas.
Okay.
While I was at Arkansas is when I applied to work at Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office, which is Modesto is the county seat.
Okay.
So came back to work after I graduated from Arkansas State, came back to work at Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office.
So now you're back in your own community.
Yeah.
What's that like? Okay, so what made you want to be a cop? Let's start there.
You know, if you ask people that were close to me when I was younger, I always used to watch Cops.
Okay.
There was just something about when I was younger. We had a couple of family members, a neighbor down the street who was a deputy sheriff, and he just always seemed larger than life. He was a cowboy, just a big old boy. And the way he carried himself and the way he treated me, and we, rode horses and all that stuff. I grew up in the country. I just kind of almost idolized that.
Okay.
It was something to look up to. And then as I got older in my teenage years, that was the furthest thing from my future endeavors was a cop, because I was always causing trouble and in and out of trouble. And then a mentor in college, I was initially going to be a child psychologist because I wanted to help kids. So I was always involved in mentor programs and Big Brother programs.
Yeah.
And then he said, have you ever looked at criminal justice? And I said, no. And he got me hooked up with the Jonesboro Police Department and started doing some ride-alongs. And I was like, kind of like this, because I was transitioning out of collegiate football.
Okay.
And I still had that hardwired system of chasing and
Yep.
and had a lot of anger and violent tendencies, controlled rage.
Yep.
And he was like, yeah, you can chase people and you can basically do a bunch of fun stuff. And I was like, okay, let's do it. So I applied while I was in Arkansas and came back. And 10 days after graduating college, I was in the police academy.
No shit. What year was that?
05.
No kidding. What was that like?
So I went from being a college athlete and drinking every weekend, and towards the end of my college days, I was partying pretty hard every day. And I enjoyed dating. And now here I am in the police academy, and all I know how to do really well is party and chase girls.
Yep.
And now I have a gun and a badge, and I'm 22 years old, and I'm making more money, which at the time I think it was like maybe 20-something dollars an hour, but it was more money than I had ever seen.
Yep.
So I make the typical mistakes that all young cops do, and I go out and buy a brand new truck, and I'm living on my own, living with a cousin of mine at the time, and all I had become is a glorified college athlete with a gun and a badge. And so that was a dangerous recipe.
Oh, I could imagine the ego that started to build with that.
Oh, yeah. And and I took that same mindset, which was I'll outwork everybody. I'll run circles around everybody. I'm not going to back down from a fight. And I'm going to challenge authority in a paramilitary organization. And so you can imagine how that set up the next few years of my career.
Yeah. Okay. What's the day-to-day like out there for you? So Modesto obviously is not the same as what it probably was when you were a kid. So now you're seeing the evolution of your city kind of just go to shit. No offense. Don't everybody freaking out, but Modesto's not the claim to fame in California. So
No, it's definitely not what it used to be
no.
by any means. And the area that I chose to work was called South Modesto.
Okay.
And it was gang ridden, drug ridden, heavily infiltrated by the cartel.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Big time. Well known in that area. And I found out that I was really good at finding bad guys.
What do you mean by that? How'd you get really good at finding bad guys?
So I had good training officers that taught me some of the tricks of the trade and criminal profiling, which they might have claimed or said back then might have been racial profiling, but essentially it was looking for shitheads.
Is that what we call it now? Is criminal profiling?
Criminal profiling.
Is that the way? Okay. I mean,
So when I
racial profiling.
so-
It's 2026. We can't use that anymore, huh?
later on in my career, when I was a supervisor, was the best way to be able to describe it to my guys was criminal profiling.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
if a guy like is driving by you and he's got a tattoo on his forehead that says "fuck the police," he probably needs to be talked to at some point,
Yeah. Or at least watched.
or at least watched for a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, so that's criminal profiling.
Okay.
Where obviously in 2005, a criminal's a criminal. I grew up in that criminal element, unbeknownst to me, so I kind of already knew what it looked like. And I, as a teenager, was running around with a little bit of a rougher crowd, nothing crazy, but I knew. One of my good friends was a Sereno gang member in middle school and stuff like that, so I knew what all that looked like.
Do you think that was a huge advantage for you, coming from, I don't want to say the streets, but rolling with obviously the crowd, and you peeled off as they were going in a different route? Do you think that played an advantage for you, just knowing some of the ins and outs of your area and rolling with that crew that eventually all end up being gang members and part of the cartel?
Yeah, absolutely. Where I see the biggest gap now in law enforcement is we're hiring all these guys with no life experience.
Yeah.
And I had plenty of it. And that led to me leading the department for the 2 years I was there in felony arrests. And, it's a larger department, but my goal every night, I worked midnights for most of my career. So I was midnights there, which I mean, that's where all the fun's at. Nothing good happens after midnight.
What's my saying?
You say nothing good happens after 10, but
That's fair. That's a fair statement.
For daughters,
Yeah.
it's 10.
No, 10. Yeah, absolutely. My daughter, 9.
Yeah, exactly. Damn, summer's here. It doesn't get dark till 11. So they're like, I got to come home. We're like, yeah. I don't care if the sun's still up.
Yeah.
Get your ass home. See, I'm not the only one. All
That's
right.
so true.
I tell her, name me one good thing that happens past 10 o'clock and I'll let you stay out.
Right. Yeah, that's so true.
Yeah.
And so,
So a lot of people, I've talked to some cops before, and they've talked on the episode and gotten some backlash because the civilian side's always, how dare us ever hire anybody with a background to be a law enforcement officer? To me, it's really ignorant because I feel some of the best people in their positions are people that have walked in trenches and they know the ins and outs of the game. How do you feel about that? Because I feel the civilian population wants our cops to be super clean cut, perfect, no history, straight out of college, zero life experience versus a dude like, who do we have on that was a gang banging back in the day that ended up being a cop? Who was it? Somebody was rough. And then they ended up being one of like the best police officers. So how do you feel about that? I mean, what's the difference? Okay, I guess my question is, what's the difference of hiring a 21-year-old kid straight out of college versus hiring a dude that has a history, cleaned his life up, and now trying to be a cop?
well, first of all, everybody fears the warrior until the monster's at the door, right? And I explained this whole situation to one of my former bosses because of the crew that I used to supervise and the way we used to go after police work. I said, sir, if your daughter was to get kidnapped today, you know that I am going to do everything in my power to return her safely to you. Or you can go with plan B and let me know how that goes. Basically, what I'm telling them is I'm going to do everything I can and that I have available to me, what, hunting people down, shaking trees, flipping over rocks to make sure she is returned to you safely in the same way she left. So all that to say, if you don't have life experience, how do I know what a guy is going to do or how he's going to act unless I've been in that situation? How does a person respond to getting punched in the face if you've never been punched in the face? And that's what's happening now, is they're so tool dependent. And so they're scared of their own shadow because they don't have the confidence. And that's not on them. That's on the organization.
For sure.
We are selling these kids short because we're not doing things like preparing them properly. Like, hey, when we went through the police academy, you were in a combative knockdown, drag out fight, bloody noses, broken noses, for 3 to 5 minutes of grappling, stand up. Yeah, we had protective gear on and stuff, but these instructors and these deputies that are running the academy, they're tuning you up.
Oh, for sure.
And they're preparing you. I got my ass handed to me in that test, that battery of tests going into it was called defensive tactics. And so you have all these kids now that have no life experience. They don't know what dope looks like. They've never seen a gangster. They don't know what it's like to be in a fight. And now all of a sudden that happens. And what do? They resort to using excessive means, or they revert to a tool that might not be applicable. And what I mean by that is like, hey, you just told me, to go get fucked. And now here I am pulling out my baton and I'm just beating you into the ground. When if you were confident in your abilities, you'd be like, come here, we need to have a talk. And then at that point you want to, if you want to dance, then we can dance. But if we're not preparing them for that, then here we're seeing all these things on camera where you're like, why is this happening? Well, that's why it's happening, because the departments are failing the people and they're not training them and preparing them for what they're getting into.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you see some of these kids out there. And...
yeah. Like a bull rider. You're not going to put a kid on a bull for the first time at NFR. He's got to ride that bull for months, years.
Yeah.
To know how that bull reacts, what it's going to do, what it feels like when he gets flung off, when you get knocked unconscious, wherever you get banged up. Same thing. It's the same.
I just saw a cop the other day out and about, and I swear to God, he was as old as my teenage daughter. I don't know if it's just me getting old. We're getting, about to turn 42, and now everybody looks like a kid to me. But I sat and looked at this cop. I go, there is no way in hell this guy is barely old enough to even be a law enforcement officer, let alone, and granted I'm judging, but with the life experience, you could just, baby, I don't even think he was shaved yet. It looked like a child. I mean, you could tell a young cop, but this one, I was like, is this a reserve? Like, I was trying to look at his badge. I'm like, no, that's real. I got all the credentials, and I was like, man, I don't know if we're struggling or what. They're just hiring anybody, but oh, my buddy Gabe Smith, that's who I was thinking of on there. He talked about, because he was drug addict, homeless on the streets, tried to kill himself, been through it all. And then we ended up cleaning his whole entire life up, turned everything around, went to military, came law enforcement. And all these people were like, yo, the fact that a previous drug addict was a cop. And it's like, dude, he's sitting here talking like, dude, I knew how they're dealing it, where it's coming from. And he's like, I lived on the streets with these people. Now I'm a law enforcement officer. He's like, it was a huge benefit. But for some reason, the civilians were like, we need to do bigger background checks and more extensive looks into these law enforcement officers. And it's just like, for me personally, like, I'm not going to send a bunch of brand new operators that have never been on a mission to go conduct something versus an old crusty ass crew that are going to walk in, mop the floor, because they know the routine. They know they know the game. And so to me, it makes more sense that we should be looking at people with histories, with a past, to become law enforcement officers, not in a negative way. Like, oh, this guy, I don't even know how it would be negative unless you're still in that world. But you're not going to want to be a cop or law enforcement officer if you're still dabbling in the game. But guys that have a history,
it's needed.
It's 100% needed, because then you have a department just full of dorks that don't have any life experience, and those are the assholes. Those are the ones that don't know how to de-escalate. Those are not the ones that are connecting with the community because they're scared, they're petrified of everything that's going on, and they're just children out here running around. I don't know.
And if you have that experience, you usually don't have any bones to pick. You don't, you know what I mean? You don't have this pound of flesh to get on society, right? Like when you see these cops that they have this complex and they want to be this authoritarian. Well, yeah, probably because they were a fucking dork and got picked on all the time. And now they're trying to impose their power and will on everybody else.
You
where
can always tell.
You know, you can. God. Where a guy that's been through it, he knows. Like he's like, hey,
it's an immediate respect thing too. I'm one of those people. I heard a cop say at one time, like the majority of people go through their life never even having an interaction with law enforcement or first responders, and I'm like, I have one like monthly. It seems like I'm getting pulled over for something. Always my fault. Never going to deny it, but. You always know when those crusty ass dudes walk, they're like, yeah, I'm like, it's an immediate almost respect thing where it's, okay, I know this guy. Okay. Like the way they talk, they come up to the vehicle or in
their
public,
presence.
whatever it is, their presence.
Yes.
And then you have some kid that's just all tucked in and it's got a hat on. And you're
talking to you like a child.
License registration.
Yes.
You're like, that's the first words out of your mouth. Like, that's how you do your day, every day, your job. License registration. Like, listen, I know I was speeding. Chill out. Let's just talk.
This isn't life or death.
I'm not trying to get out of this. I got caught. Like just relax. And then those are always ones that are the biggest assholes. But
you know, well, to that too, what also comes with life experience is people skills, 100%. Conflict resolution, right? You know,
de-escalation.
All of that happens when you've been through this, that, or the other. You know how to talk to people. You know how to interact with people, and usually you know how to do it with like different types.
You're matching.
Yep.
Yeah, you get some that I've talked about a lot on here, how it blows my mind when I see these scenarios of cops where you're just like, yo, just remove this person from the situation. Everything's done. But instead they buck back up or they want to start chirping back. And then you just see the situation. Ego. It's all ego. And it's like, bro, what are you? The First Amendment auditors or the Second Amendment auditors or it's that First Amendment auditors. Yeah. Those First Amendment auditors, it's one of my favorite things to watch because I'm just like, how are we this stupid? How are we in 2026 and you're this dumb to not walk up? Because then you see the next video and the cop's like, hey, yeah, man, they called, but this is your rights. You just don't step on the property and you're good. And they're like, you know what, officer, thank you. And they dab it up and the cop leaves. And then you get these cops like, they get out, they're shooting. What are we doing here? Well, you're trespassing. Like, well, how am I trespassing? I've never stepped foot on the property. Give me your license. It's like, bro, the guy just told you and he's got all the video proof. And so, but then it's just this constant escalate. Yep. And then they just want to make something out of nothing. And it's like, this could have been resolved 2 minutes ago. Now you got a 20-minute video on Facebook and YouTube with millions of views, just making your department look stupid.
And those personality traits come out. They just don't happen all of a sudden when they're now a cop. They come out in the hiring process, but yet we still hire them. Right? Yeah. So again, all of this stuff can be mitigated. Yes. Is there a lot less people that want to be law enforcement? Absolutely. Is the hiring pool all the same? Yes. Is that look different than it did 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago? Absolutely. But there's still good men and women that want to be cops.
For sure.
And we just have to do our due diligence and serve them just like they're going to serve our community and do them right. Yep. And if we do that, then there's a lot less issues.
Yep. So in 20 years you were in Modesto the whole time?
No. So I spent 2 years at Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office. I was released from probation fired, essentially.
You got fired?
Well, they call it release from probation because I was a probationary employee. So they can...
For 2 years?
Yeah. So I got my probation. It was a year and a half. It was 18 months.
Okay.
I got it extended another 6 months, and I made it about 3-4 months through that before they finally said enough.
Why?
Oh, because I couldn't fall in line, dude.
Oh, really?
Oh, so
they just chose not to hire you then after the probation period was up?
Well, it was all me. Like,
for sure.
I was the one causing all the problems. Yeah. So so we worked 12-hour shifts.
Mm-hmm.
So 3 days on, 1 week, 4 days on. Every night I was at least in a use of force, whether it be a foot pursuit, a car pursuit, put my hands on somebody.
Was this all your fault though?
I was actively hunting guys. Yeah. So when I talk about like being the shit magnet or the black cloud, I just happened to be really good or in the right time at the right place when I would go to stop somebody, and they usually were wanted, had dope on them, had a pistol on them.
Okay, so you weren't just escalating situations.
No, it was okay. It wasn't me like ramping that up.
Yeah.
It was just everything I touched turned to shit. Everything.
Why is that a bad thing for your department?
because I'm high liability and high risk. And I didn't ever know how to turn it down as far as like, okay, I've been in like 3 pursuits this week, crashed a car during one of the pursuits, tased a guy off a bicycle.
Did you tased a dude on a bicycle?
Yes.
Please tell me you tased him from your car on the bicycle.
I did. But that's when you could do, that was before all these laws and all these case laws. I'm like one of the guys. So
you tased the dude riding his bicycle
Yes.
from your cop car?
Yes.
Oh, that's a dream.
So
come
he
true.
took off on me.
Okay.
And I know, so I work this area. I know this sounds crazy.
So glad I asked that question. I would have. I feel like if I was a cop, I'd 100%.
Common sense, right? I'm not going to get out and chase him when he's on a bicycle and he's
yeah.
running from me.
Yeah, okay.
So I worked this area for the whole basically the whole time I was there. We had different beats.
Yeah.
And so this was beat 3 and beat 4, South Modesto, and all like high prostitution, high crime rate, everything, drugs and gangsters. It was just a concentration in this like probably, I don't know, 5-6 block radius,
Okay.
maybe a little bit bigger than that. So I knew a lot of these guys because I was always out like shucking and jiving with them. Like, hey, I would just get out and bullshit with them. Like, hey, what's up, bro?
Which is
You know?
policing.
Yes.
Okay.
Community policing.
Yeah.
100%. I
Yeah,
knew everyone, I knew him by name. I knew who was on parole. I knew who was on probation. I knew who was wanted. So I see this guy, and again, this, it's early morning, and I know he's wanted. I know he's got a felony warrant, and I know the last time I dealt with him, he had a gun on him. So I literally used to roll around blacked out. So with my lights off, alleys, a lot of these roads are, just unkempt roads, no sidewalks.
Yeah.
So the bicycles were a primary means of transportation for all these dudes.
Okay.
So I'd roll up blacked out behind them, and usually I would kill my brake lights. We had a kill switch for our brake lights, and I would just cruise up behind him, and I yell out his name, and he looks at me and he goes, "Fuck, Vargas," and he just books it. And I'm like, this isn't like him. Usually he'll like stop. He'll kind of give me a hard time, but he'll always be cooperative. He took off. Well, I knew he was wanted at the time. So now I'm thinking he's wanted. I know, I'm like, he's got a pistol on him for sure. This is where my mind's going. So he's hauling, and so a lot of chain link fences in this neighborhood, and he can't cut through the fences. Usually they'll cut through a fence. So I just get up and I try and bump him with my door initially. So what I would do a lot too is just bump him with my door to knock him off the bike.
You say a lot. You've done this multiple times.
This was a tactic I would use.
Okay.
Because a lot of guys. So
this is going to be great.
So I'm revealing a lot of secrets of the trade. So
Please.
I apologize to the guys that are out there still doing this. I didn't have body cam. I never worked under the guise of a body cam.
Okay.
Not that I.
Lucky.
Yes.
There's some dude out there, like some OG's like, man, this cop, they just slammed me with his door, sent me into a chain link fence.
100%.
Okay.
100%. So, or like a guy would take off on a bike in front of you, and you'd pull up just enough where he'd either have to go over your hood, or he would just wipe out before, and then you just hop out and you're like, dude, just put these handcuffs on. You know what I mean?
You just hit it to him. Yeah. Okay, so tasted a dude on his bike.
So he goes to take off. So I pull up. I try and bump him off the bike, or we would try and curb him, like like force him into the squared curbs.
Yep.
So then they wipe out.
Yeah.
But there's none of that. So when I miss him with the door, I just pull out my taser. I'm like, hey, bro, if you don't stop, I'm gonna tase you. Well,
and he's just riding his bike
right
next to you.
Me. Yeah. He's focused. You know what I mean? So he's just trying to get away from this whole situation. So I just was like, pop, and then. This was the second time I had done this, and I remember this vividly because
you've tased 2 people on a bike.
Oh, I've tased more than that, but this was this was the second time I had done this. So the first time I was like really apprehensive about it.
Yeah, I could see.
It wasn't outside of policy.
Okay,
literally, if a guy had rapid eye movement. Like when you were talking to him, you could tase him. That's how like lenient it was. Okay. So like you come across a tweaker and you're like, oh.
I'd be tasing everybody. I ask cops this all the time. Why are you arguing with somebody? Just tase them.
I was.
Okay,
well, now that the
finally.
laws have changed, they're more stringent. And I get it.
Yeah.
Because of guys like me.
For sure. You're the reason why.
Yes. I probably contributed to that. But again, it wasn't outside of policy at the time. Okay. And it wasn't against the law. And so I tase him. Well, when I tase him, I don't know what happens as far as if he hit the front brake or something, but he goes
fucking locked up.
He goes over, and literally it was like a movie, and I was like, oh no. I just remember him going over and I'm like, oh, this is all bad. And he like lawn darts, you know what I mean? Like,
no, because stiff.
And so when he hits, he goes unconscious.
Oh, God.
And I was like, I fucking killed him.
Oh,
I was
God.
like, I was just beside myself. I run up to him. I'm freaking out. I don't even put handcuffs on him initially because I'm so freaked out. So I roll him over. Guess what's in his waistband? Pistol. So I put him in handcuffs. I wake him up at that point. And then that was my second tasing off a bike. Yeah. It was always very successful.
Yeah.
And
you're just hauling ass. The last thing you're expecting is two prongs.
Yes.
Getting
And I
launched
mean,
into your
moving
back.
too. Yeah. So,
oh God, I wish you had GoPro or body cam.
Yeah. Sometimes I wish I could have memorialized a lot of the things I did. And then there's other times like,
oh, for sure.
That definitely. But yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what life would be like right now if I was still working with a body cam. I mean,
Yeah.
I've changed, obviously, even before I'm medicaled, but yeah, it'd be different.
Okay, so if you're working nights,
Mhm.
there's a lot of prostitution around. What's it like? I haven't talked to any cops that are in and around prostitution. Were you ever setting up stings or working against these ladies? Like, what's the prostitution nightlife like where you were at?
So this was obviously 20 years ago, but it was thriving because, well, you got to think that community was a lot of laborers, so
Yep.
Hispanics,
Yep.
and not to say that they do one or the other, but our area was known for like girls coming in from out of the area, so like Fresno.
Are a lot of these girls trafficked?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. Whether they initially it's against their will and then they just become indoctrinated
Mhm.
and it just becomes their norm, which I would see a lot. It wasn't until later in my career where I started seeing the actual sex trafficking and the human trafficking where it was against their will. These were a lot of, I would say, more seasoned prostitutes where they had been in the game for a while and that's just how they made a living. And a lot of them were addicted. And in that area, crack cocaine was still huge. And so they were great sources of information. One of a couple of my bigger cases, because I just worked patrol while I was there, but some of my bigger patrol cases were off of like prostitutes that I had just come to know and just treated them like humans. And so they would always, hey Vargas, this guy's over here, or I'd be like, hey, I'm looking for so and so. They're like, oh, he's over in this room, and I'm like,
really?
Yep, like just.
Oh, so is it is it strange as a cop knowing these women are out, prostituting all night, but you're in a way, I feel a good cop would build a rapport with them just for that. I mean, is it weird? I guess I guess it's not weird because you have confident CIs, right?
Yeah.
So it's kind of a CI in a way.
And it's not that I was turning a blind eye to what they were doing, but I never. And back then, I never saw it for what it was. That I always looked at it as a victimless crime. If that makes sense, because there's
not realizing they're the victim.
Correct. I always looked at it as a 20-year-old kid. You're thinking, oh, they're two consenting adults.
Yeah.
Not that this person is being sex trafficked. Now, obviously, as I matured and I learned, and I got later in my career, then I realized like, oh, damn, like this is bad.
Yeah.
But back then, I would just treat them like anybody else, and they would do their thing, and I would just do my police work, and it was.
Is it hard dealing with prostitutes? I feel like you have to catch them in the act in order. I mean, just because they're out in a corner.
Yeah.
Is there that fine line of they have to have proof? So it's almost just, get out of here, ladies type of deal.
So in different jurisdictions, in different states, they have soliciting and they have different statutes. But to put a solid case where like a prosecutor is going to prosecute said, person, whether it's the pimp or the girl, the B, we call them B girls. You have to do a sting pretty much, or catch them in the act with a John and all that stuff.
You ever roll up on cars that had?
All the time.
Yeah. Is that fun?
Well, when they're in the act.
Yeah. Do you know? I feel like you could just wait long enough and you just know what's going on.
Well, so there's certain areas where they'll park and turn tricks because they know it's like a dark alley or something like that. So in those moments, yeah, I almost, you don't even want to see it because you know what you're going to walk up on. So, you see a windows all fogged up because it's midnight. So the condensation, and then the smell.
That's what people don't think about.
That's the things you'd never forget, or those smells.
The smell from the dude or the chick? Are these chicks grimy out there?
Oh,
Is this a combination of everything?
So you got to think of your typical, again, a lot of it's, from back in the day. They're unkempt. Their hygiene isn't the best. They're usually addicted to some type of narcotic. So that's really all they're worried about, is getting enough money to get high, to get well or get high.
God, what a horrible life.
And they're in these motels that the motel owner's a slumlord.
Yep.
So everything is just, it's filthy. I mean, you're not showering for days or up for days.
Damn.
And you can only imagine what that smells like. And then they're like in a confined vehicle that's like a tweaker vehicle. And so,
yeah, I'd probably roll right by those.
Yeah,
ones.
After a couple of like negative experiences where you can't get that smell out of your system for a couple hours, or, I mean, there's other things that I've smelled over the years where I'm just like, you'd never forget it.
Oh, for sure.
Never forget. But
well, because then she's going to be back to the next night.
Yeah.
So you're going through all that bullshit. You got to deal with the smells and all the people and the interaction. And then you write her a fine. And then she's just.
Yeah. Ticket or book her for a misdemeanor. But at the same time, again, like I was into trying to make an impact truly. Yeah. Like I wanted like violent people. I wanted armed people.
Yep.
I wanted guys that were, I didn't really care about the user so much. I did. I mean, not saying that I would just let them go, but I wanted like the guys that were pushing, the street level guys, or even if I could come across a decent mid-level trafficker, that those were my goals. Guys that had felony warrants, parolees at large, a parolee at large. Usually those were like your dudes that you knew were causing some serious damage in society or in the community.
Big time.
So
while you're on that 2-year probation, did you get into cartel work then? Were you dealing with any of that at that stage in your life?
I started seeing it. There was a certain area in that town. It was on Olivero Road. It was a volleyball court where they would meet. They would literally gang member, cartel leaders or higher ups within the cartel would meet and do their transactions and their business deals there. And it was well known. But it was just fortified. It was fortified in a way. It was secluded. It was in the middle of this neighborhood that was all cartel controlled. So you'd start seeing, certain things, and Escalades back then on 20s was like, what? Like that don't, or you see 3 or 4 of those rolling together, and there was a lot of tire shops which were drug fronts for money laundering, and one of the big DEA task forces in Santa Claus County would always have massive seizures. So you knew there was a huge influx. And that was back then when they were manufacturing a lot of the meth in the States before they started importing a lot of it. So a lot of the meth labs, the lab dumps where they were dumping all their lab trash from making the meth. And so a lot of that was floating around that area.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
What a dirty world that is.
Yeah, bad.
Okay, so because of your ego and just getting in so many pursuits and all that, the department thought you were too much of a liability to hire you on full time, like as a non-probational?
Yeah, to come on full time. And, I just...
Did you know this was you were coming into the end time of your probation period, or did it catch you off guard? Because I feel like if you were just running and gunning and being who you were, you're like, oh, dude, I'm shit hot. Like, I'm catching somebody every night. Like, why would the department not want that?
Well, so that's where my ego and my pride took over and blinded me.
Okay.
Because, I'm out there running and gunning. Nobody can hold their weight compared to me. I mean, literally, I was just every night trying to get at minimum 3 felony arrests, fresh felony arrests, where you're like a proactive arrest where you're out hunting, trying to find it, rather than going to a call and arresting somebody for domestic violence or something like that. I always wanted to be proactively hunting. And so, I'm doing it. This, that, and the other. And people would, at the time, I was just a legend in my own mind.
I've been there.
I truly was. And then guys around me would kind of fill me up too. Like, Where are you going to go? Where are you going today? What are you going to, And it just, everything that had been happening up until that point was just rotting at me. At that point, I was coping with alcohol already due to what I had seen and been exposed to from like my very first day. My very first day was the first time I saw death and violence to the magnitude I saw it.
Your first day as a cop?
First day as a cop.
Okay, so, walk me through your first day as a cop.
So it was the summer of 05. In the summer in Modesto, you're looking 100-degree weather.
Yeah.
I'm sitting in briefing, and this red old school dial phone rings, and you know how they had a very distinct ring?
Oh, yeah.
So it's in the back of the room as a new guy or an F&G or a boot or whatever. You're at the very front. Well, I was on training first day, so I have an FTO, field training officer. The phone's ringing, and I hear it ringing, and my training officer calls out to me, grab the fucking phone. Cool. Go there. Deputy Vargas. Well, it's dispatch. It was the direct line. What I came to find out after the fact is when there was a hot call or a priority call that was happening during shift change.
Oh, it went straight there?
It went straight there to briefing. That way they could clear people from briefing to go out there.
Got it.
So what it was a dead body in the canal. And
dried canal or
no, it was
floater?
Floater.
Okay.
So we had irrigation boxes in that area. Come to find out he was a laborer in the area, or I don't know what they ended up determining as, but he looked like a laborer, possibly because we had a lot of like discoteca, like Mexican nightclubs. So the guys would always show up with the ostrich belts.
Yeah, the ostrich shoes, the pointed ones that curl. Okay, you're dealing with those types of Mexican.
Dudes, yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Very flashy.
Yes.
Cartel.
Yeah. 100% cartel.
All right. So that's how they're all dressing up.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So
those clubs are fun, by the way.
Yes.
And then a couple. Yeah. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking. The cologne in there is the smell. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I don't mean to get
So we pull up, and they're just now as we pull up, they're putting putting up crime scene tape around, and we pull up about, I don't know, probably 300 or 400 yards short of. And my FTO, he has a little thing of Vicks, and he grabs it, and I see him do this, and I'm in the passenger. I wasn't even driving yet because I hadn't got permission to drive yet.
Yeah.
So he's driving. He does that, pulls it out of, I don't know, somewhere like console, and then he hands it to me. He's like, "Hey, you're gonna want this." I'm like, "Oh, I don't even know what to do with it." He's like, "Put it in your nose." Okay. We get out of that car, and the smell that hits me in the face is, to this day, something I will never, ever, ever forget.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, and I got a pretty strong stomach, like, hunting and gutting animals and everything else. Never, it's not an issue. So we go walking up, and I look in this irrigation box, and there's this Mexican dude, and he's all bloated, been in there for a while, the heat and the water.
Oh, yeah.
But we have to wait for the dive team to extract him out of this 12, 15-foot irrigation box. So they get him. So we wait this whole time. They get him up. They get him on a gurney. And then, they get him up, and then me and another guy have to transfer him onto the gurney. And his cowboy boots had come off. And so it was just his Wranglers. And I go to grab his ankles, and his...
That's where he fucked up.
His legs slough off onto me.
You degloved his legs?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And this goo ends up all over my pants and my boots, and I'm holding his ankle bones, or his, I don't know what you'd call them, his leg bones. I'm holding his leg bones, and I'm doing everything. I'm like dry heaving, and the smell and the Vicks is not working.
Nope.
And then I'm like, well, I can't. Again, man up, right?
We're in it.
Don't be a pussy.
You're already in it at that point.
I'm in it to win it. And this is just the start. I didn't even make it through briefing for like 15 minutes into
this. Is your first day on the job.
12-hour shift.
Oh my God.
Oh, it gets better. I go to put him on the gurney, and he pops on me.
Where?
Belly, which had maggots and everything crawling out of his belly button. I could described that incident 21 years ago to the date almost.
Really?
Yeah. I graduated the academy in June of 05, and we're in June of 26. And I could tell you what everything looked like, what people were wearing, what the smell, because I've smelled that.
Well, people, it's not even the rot alone. It's especially if people have full bellies and alcohol and all.
It's just the gas.
Oh,
So now I have 12 more hours.
and you're covered in rotten flesh and.
So when he popped like he splattered on my thighs, and then my boots, which were beautifully polished, right? They have goo, skin, nastiness all over me. I have maggots crawling on me. I'm gloved, but the maggots that were on his belly button that popped, and then they're on me. So I'm flicking off these maggots. And that's like the first time I'd seen like real death. You know, I'd see open caskets and funerals and stuff, but like this was a different level. And it wasn't anything they prepare you for, nothing like that. So I'm like, all right. So they get him pushed away and zipped up in the bag, and we're on to start handling calls. Don't talk about it, never discuss it. And within that 12-hour period, so right after that, a couple hours after that, I respond to a non-responsive infant. And what had happened was mom left the house to go to the grocery store. Dad had just got home from his job. He was holding baby, falls asleep, smothers baby. When she got, I was there for a few minutes, and Dad, I can't even imagine, man. Just a hardworking dude, you know, just the look on his face of just devastation and emptiness. He couldn't even talk. And then mom gets home, doesn't know what's going on, and busts through, and the scream she let out was something that haunted me for years, because I heard it multiple times throughout my career, and it would always bring me back to the dead baby.
It's a screech and a scream that you hope to God you never have to hear again.
No, it takes a piece of your soul.
Absolutely. That's a great way to put it.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
You know, people say that you can never unsee things. You can also never unhear things.
And smell. Smell
too, 100%.
Absolutely.
So
that's your first day?
First day, man. And we're only halfway through the shift, bro. I'm kind of like in this, like numb state at this point. Cause I remember just like driving around and being like, I don't know if this is for me. I don't know if I can do this. But again, like I never quit anything in my life. I sure as hell wasn't going to start quitting things now. My family was proud of me, you know? And then, as it gets to be nighttime, we had Highway 99 that ran through our county and I-5, and we respond to an accident on 99, and there's 3 teenagers in the car, and it's a horrific accident, and the front passenger, a teenage boy, was dead. And I remember going to grab the girl help her out of the driver's seat. And she had a compound fracture of her left leg. And when I went to grab her leg, I didn't even look. And I grabbed her femur.
And you felt that immediately?
Immediately. And I didn't have gloves on or anything.
So you just straight on bone.
And
did you pierce your hand or anything?
I did not. But and we can get into it, but it was like those moments that would come back to haunt me when I killed my first deer, and I was deboning it,
mm-hmm.
and I go to grab its bone, and it puts me right back there, dude.
100%.
Um,
Feeling bone on somebody that's sticking out is another one of those things. Like it's such an unnatural thing that you know immediately when you touch it.
yes. Yep.
There's no having to look. There's no,
Yep. You know,
100%.
And the fact, and it was just, I think, because I didn't even think about looking. It's just not something you think about.
It's your first day.
She's screaming.
Yeah.
I don't even know what to do. And so I'm just trying to help her, my field training officer is helping with making sure that the kid in the back, how he's doing. Obviously the front passenger was obviously dead. And all I can describe him as a teenager. His upper from his neck up was unrecognizable. Dang. You don't even think it's going to affect you. Yeah, I haven't talked about this like this, and I don't think ever, man. I'm good. I'm over all this stuff, but I guess I'm not.
No. You could act like it, but it never goes away.
Yeah, it lives somewhere else in me. And I never opened that door.
Well, I appreciate you opening these things up.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't.
Don't ever apologize, dude. This is the Wild Chaos Therapy podcast. So a lot of my guests they'll come afterward. They're like, I didn't know I needed to talk about all that. A lot, women too. I mean, it's like I didn't think I'd be at this stage of my life having
right?
these type of conversations, but here we are, and it's great though. I mean,
it is.
Because you bottle.
Yeah,
and then once I know it's hard sometimes to rehash things, but it's out there. And you're like, okay, I can.
Yeah.
Just hearing it and saying it a lot of times is enough to, okay, I can close this now.
Yeah.
Especially 20 years ago.
Or start the healing again or
whatever it may be.
Completely have closure.
Damn, dude, you had to deal with 3 bodies on your first day as a cop.
Yeah. And then the last incident.
There's a last incident?
Yeah. So, we were just getting ready to get off, and a call comes out of a suicidal subject in Salida, which was a nicer area towards the north end of our county. And he's home by himself. He's in the backyard. He's on the phone with dispatch, and he's saying he's gonna kill himself. Telling dispatch he's got a gun. He's gonna kill himself. So again, I remember this like it was yesterday. So the plan that they put together, I'm just following along at this point, dude. You know what I mean?
What else are you doing?
I'm just trying to keep it together. I had numbed everything. Like I had no feeling at this point, like zero emotion already. And that wasn't me. Like I wasn't
a trauma response for sure.
Yeah. Which I come to find out years.
100%. You're not processing this at 21. Like I'm going through full trauma of seeing a dead baby, right?
Yeah, because you're just on to the next call. And we were a busy department during that time. So it was just like call after call after call. So you don't even really have time to process it. You don't. Like truly you don't. And so we set up on this backyard, and he's sitting at this outdoor table. And it's an epic backyard. It's like one of those walk-in sand like pools.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Yep. Palm trees, waterfall, rock,
everything.
Accent, just gorgeous. The landscape lighting, I could still just close my eyes and put myself right back there. And there's a crew of us along the fence line, the adjoining fence line, but we're on the neighbor's side, and we're just observing. And he's sitting at the table. The goal was not that dispatch thought that they could
talk him down.
Talk him down, de-escalate him, and talk him down. And they were talking to him for a while. We were there for, it seemed like a while. I couldn't tell you now, but it was a good amount of time. And the plan was that myself and another trainee would be the hands-on team. So we would detain him, put him in handcuffs, because usually when they're suicidal, they have to go to a 72-hour evaluation, mental hold, to get evaluated. But usually we detain them for their safety, especially in these type of instances. They're not in trouble, and they're not going to jail. Yeah. But that we were going to be the hands-on team, whatever that looked like, whether that was, put them in handcuffs. Yep. So we're watching, dispatch is talking to him, and we can't hear what he's saying to dispatch, but dispatch is relaying it via the radio. and he doesn't know we're there. And all of a sudden, man, so he's sitting, so we can see the side of him, and he's sitting at the table facing the pool, and the side fence is running like parallel to the pool and to him. And he turns around. Well, first he's rolling around a loose round. And it was a 45, 1911.
Mm-hmm.
He inserts the mag, racks it, and we're like, oh shit. Like, okay. And then he sets the gun down. And then there's a loose round. He's like manipulating on the table. And then he gets up and sticks the gun in his mouth and pulls the trigger. We thought he shot at us, and I don't know about the other guys. I thought he shot at us, so I duck behind the fence, and then I just happen, you know, the old wooden fences, you could see through them, and then I see him on the ground. Well, then somebody in the group, I don't know who it was, a supervisor or a field training officer, says he's down, and dispatch says, hey, we just lost communications. We heard a gunshot. Yep, we copy. There was a gunshot. I come around the back, so now we go around into the side fence, and I come around and he's face down. So we secure the gun, and I go to roll him over, and he had flinched, and he blew off his mouth, his nose, and it would be the left side of most of his face. Remember Predator?
Yeah, how it opens up.
Yep, that's what he looked like, except it was just a void.
Did he live?
Yeah. So I get him rolled over, I cuff him, and I just remember looking at him, and I didn't feel any emotion, wasn't sad, wasn't surprised. It was just like, whatever, right? And I had gone from like being highly emotional with the baby, as far as not showing it, but feeling it, that emotion, to now I felt nothing. Zero. And then we go search the house. We do a security sweep of the house, and we find the suicide note, and his wife had stepped out on him, and he had 2 daughters. Beautiful house, dude. I mean, the guy had everything. So I go home that morning. I get off at, we were working 1500 to 03. I get off at 03, and I am just like in this weird state, and I try and go to sleep. I can't go to sleep. First I go shower, obviously, and I was broke, so I had one uniform, so I knew I had to wash this thing. So I hose that thing off in the backyard, my boots, get all that put away, get that cleaned up. I go shower up, I get out, and I try and go to sleep. I'm watching TV on the couch, trying to fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. Next thing I know, I haven't slept, and the sun's coming up. And I got to work that next afternoon. And I'm like, man, I don't know what to do. And we lived about, I don't know, a quarter block from a liquor store. So I walked myself down the liquor store, and my drink of choice back then was whiskey, JD. So I got myself a bottle of Jack Daniels, walked back home, drank half the bottle, fell asleep, and woke up the next day to do it again. And we were talking earlier about me giving my testimony, and the spiritual warfare.
Mm-hmm.
And it was in that moment leading up to giving that testimony, when I didn't really know what I was going to talk about. And my wife and I started talking about my first day. Not in this much detail, but it was at that moment I realized that was the first time I put on a mask.
Day one. You did 20 years in this career.
Yeah.
Your very first day is what, I don't want to say broke you. Lit the fuse.
It definitely started to weaken the foundation.
For sure.
And, you know, in that moment in my kitchen, I realized I wore that mask for 23 years.
It's a lot of weight.
There's a lot of guys still wearing that mask, man.
Every day.
Every day. And from time to time, I got to put it on.
As soon as you said there's a lot of, there's times where we put them back on.
You know, we as men, we live with regret, with shame, with fear, with they're better off without us, with we can never do enough, with we'll never get it right. And we bury that deep down inside, and we put our head down. We smile. We go to work. We provide. And we just hope that no one will see.
Notice.
Nope. Just
say anything. Nothing.
Nope. We just hope, because we don't want someone to see that. So when someone goes, "How are you?" You say, "I'm good."
You sure? Yeah.
I'm good. And what I came to find out is I'm good means I'm not good.
Yeah, 100%.
And but I never had anybody in my career go, "Hey man, are you good?" Because I needed that, and I never got it. So I learned how to be good. And by learning how to be good meaning that my whole life was gonna be chaos. Because chaos allowed me to hide from the quiet times. Right? Because when there wasn't noise and chaos and bullets flying and
you don't know what to do.
Car chases, I didn't know what to do.
How do you act?
You know what you do? You get in your own car and you just drive.
How do I just sit here?
I couldn't.
No. I still get one of my wife. She'll never, hopefully don't see this part, but she thinks it's date nights. I call them. I'm like, get in the truck, let's go. I just drive.
Yeah.
I'll hit a road.
Yeah. And just drive.
Drive to the end of it.
Yep.
However long that is.
Don't got to say anything.
Nope.
It's in those moments where you start to figure out how bad you are.
Process a lot of things and driving from point A to wherever.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my little safe area, right? And now, you know, it becomes my prayer area. My truck does. You know, I've said more prayers in that truck than
any church. Oh, for me at least. That's something that nobody talks about.
No.
Church. My truck is probably the most most spiritual spot that I have.
Remember Couch Facts?
Yeah.
They had Truck Facts.
Yeah.
My truck could talk.
Oh man.
Man. So yeah, man. I'm
sorry to hear that on your first day. How did you make it 23 years?
By the grace of God. You know why? Because God knew I had to go into some dark places and be exposed to the fire to be able to have this conversation.
Absolutely.
Because there's a guy out there that is in a very dark place and there is no hope in his life. And I'm here to tell him there is hope, man.
Absolutely.
There is hope, because every day you wake up, God's got a plan for you. Because I've seen plenty of shit happen to good people. And so every day that he breathes life into you, just know he's got a plan for you. And until you decide to reach out to him and ask him what that plan is, you're going to keep feeling lonely and lost.
But all you have to do is reach.
That's it, man.
That's the hardest part.
It is. You know why? Because when we reach out to him, for me anyways, it's a trust thing, right? Why do I have such a hard time trusting him when I will trust a drunk pilot to fly me from point A to point B? that I've
our
never met,
government.
or I'll trust an Uber driver, or I'll trust I don't trust our government, but you know what I mean? I mean, all that to say,
Trust doctors.
yeah, all these people that don't deserve our trust and are sinful and are crooked and are money hungry and everything of the world. And yet he is perfect, never has done me wrong, never has left me, no matter what I did,
Never lied. Never
never
turned his
judged
back,
me.
Never left.
Nope. But yet I still have a hard time putting my faith in him. Or I'll put it in just enough.
Just enough to feel
Just
it.
enough. Yep. But I still got to have control, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so that's the hardest part is giving up that control, because as men, we have to, if we give up control, we feel like we're not doing our job. Especially guys like us, where if we don't do our job, people get hurt or die.
Mm-hmm.
And so when I have to give that up, what's going to happen? So I don't want to give it up, because then,
That's a great way to put it.
phew,
And what happens? Then it happens and it's my fault.
and then you're blaming yourself.
And
So-
you live with that regret.
Yep. So I'm okay if I'm in control and something happens. At least I know I'm not going to say I'm okay, but at least I know I gave everything I could. I'm still going to deal with it, and it's going to
But
hurt.
that control comes off as anger, comes off as controlling, comes off, fear and that because you're doing everything you can. That's where I'm at. I'm not controlling, and then I start spiraling. Because what happens?
Yep.
The negative follows. And I got to prevent the negative, but I'm creating more negative, trying to prevent the negative, if that makes any sense.
You're drinking the poison.
To
and
try to
slow-
prevent the death. You're
Yeah.
taking, it's just,
And everything becomes an emergency.
yes.
Dude, we would
Why?
go on vacation, and I'm like, let's go. Get the car loaded. Come on. We're going to be late. For what?
For what? We're
Bro, you're on vacation.
going to get there.
We're going to get there. Like everything.
I want to be on the road by 10. What
Yeah.
the
And then you're in traffic and road rage and
then
everything.
I'm immediately peaked.
Yes.
And then now the whole family feels it.
Yep.
For what?
Yeah.
For what?
Because at the end of the day,
Not in control.
we're not in control, and then our emotions drive our
And whatever that emotion is, at least for me, it comes off as anger.
Yes.
I could be scared.
Yeah.
I can be lost. I can go through all of them, every check of all the boxes of emotions.
same with me.
Comes off as anger every time, because that's the only way I know how to express it.
Well, when we're fighters, you're either fight or flight, right?
Mm-hmm.
So some guys it comes across differently, but guys that are fighters or who've always just never been one to back down, the easiest way is to just puff up and like, let's go. I know how to fight. I might not win,
Never
You know,
correct it,
but that's okay. I'm still gonna fight. And so whenever that fear, that anxiety, it's just like I just get it. Just like you said, it comes out as like this negative batch of
No,
anger.
you're not angry.
No.
I'm not trying to be the asshole. It's just my only emotion.
It's the only one you know is how to be angry. You don't know how to be sad.
Haven't lived in a world. Have never had an opportunity.
Yeah.
Everything was built off fight. Everything was built off anger. Everything's built off kill. Everything's built off destroy, seek, destroy, overcome. Like that's how we've just been our lives.
Yeah.
And then I'm a fucking girl dad.
Yeah.
I got to process that
Or your neighbor who
barking ass
Yeah.
dog. I got to learn to control that.
Yep.
I can't just go over and kick the fucking thing and go about my day. Different world now.
Yep.
But no, who's teaching us this shit?
Nobody.
Oh, hey, thanks for your service.
Yeah. Oh yeah. 100%.
Thanks for your service. Now you're just. Now you're in real world. Now you're in a civilian world. Now you're dealing with people that you can't just fight or call out and squash your shit.
Yep.
Then you got to bottle it. Then you're taking it home.
Yeah.
It's just this cycle.
It is.
And it's before you even ever process that you're in it, you're years in it. You're so far sucked in by the time you realize, because you've come to so many heads, so many blow ups, so many peaks, whatever it is.
Yeah.
And then as the man, how do you process it when your mom never showed you empathy and how to control your emotions? Your dad never taught you whatever mommy daddy issues we're all battling.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was never showed any of that shit.
it's these generational curses, these generational, this inability to pass down quality traits because it didn't happen. And there's never, it takes somebody that's willing to step outside of themselves to change it, to make an effort to see, what it all boils down to is looking in the mirror and going, I'm not cool with that dude. I don't like that dude. And I am the common denominator in all these problems. And until I change, nothing else is going to change. And that's what stops everything. 100%.
Growth, everything. Relationships.
Yep.
Business. Relationship with God.
Yep.
It's just a wall. I fight it every day. I try to bust through it every day.
Yeah, you lock yourself in that. You create this prison cell for yourself, and you just feel trapped. You feel confined, and you're constantly fighting, like you said, trying to fight your way out of this. That when we're constantly putting the walls up, but again, no one tells us, well, if you start doing this, or have you looked at this, or this is available to you. I didn't
about to talk to this guy, hang out with these dudes,
right?
Read this, watch this. Hey, this might make sense if you do X, Y, and Z. And then you watch.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck has this been the last 41 years of my life? This random chick on TikTok just broke down all my childhood drama. You're like, yup. Like, they're like, if you might have been this, if this and this, and you check every box. You're like, holy shit. Never thought of that.
The one thing that I have seen in my life and recently in my journey that has shown me this system and these resources is the Lord, because he starts to put people in your life when you have
God shit, bro.
The vision, and you ask for those eyes. I call them, with spear eyes, or just the eyes to see. And then all of a sudden, I explain it to these guys trying to simplify it. I say, it's like these magnets. And as you start to join magnets, the magnetic pull gets stronger. So he's like, boop, this guy needs to be with this guy. Okay.
2X in your
this
pull
guy. Yes. Yeah. And then all of a sudden there's a magnet. Wait, there's a dude way out there, but the pull's so strong. Whoop. No.
You slowly start seeing it getting pulled to you.
Yep.
And then momentum starts to pick up.
And then boom, they're together. And then all of a sudden you got this group of dudes and you're like, where have you guys been my whole life? You know what I mean? Like, it's like we're all cut from the same cloth. We've all been on the same journey, but we've all been taking different paths.
Wait, you can relate to me? You've been through this?
And then healing starts.
It's crazy.
Yeah. It is. And then you get guys that will, speak truth into you, but with love.
Yep.
Because that's another thing I was never good at, is like, the truth was easy for me, but there was no love behind it, because that's how in law enforcement and everything else, military, it's like this indoctrination, beat him into the ground, do all this, It's like, if I raised my son like that, he would be just this kid that, like, no confidence, or he would be angry all the time, or he'd be resentful. So how can I not just raise him in a way where, hey, you're still accountable, we still work hard, we do what we're supposed to, and this is how a man is supposed to be, but I don't need to beat you into the ground over it. I can lead. I can show you how it's supposed to be. I can show you what grace looks like when someone does you wrong. I can show you what controlling my emotions look like, rather than unchecked. And now you don't know how to gauge, monitor, or interact in these situations. Yep. But we don't, we still do it in law enforcement, still do it in the military, where, I do see that there is value in a system, but we need to look at the system.
Yep.
And I think the system's been broke for a long time.
Absolutely. What's the system creating?
But yes, correct. It's creating destruction. It's creating broken men. And then everybody's like, why is our suicide rate so high? Why is our depression and anxiety, mental health, medication, why is it all through the roof? I don't know. Why don't we start reevaluating how we're doing things? I didn't get offered help my whole career. It wasn't until my last day at work, and that was weeks after the fact. And then now I'm talking to somebody after 20 years, and she's like, "You've never talked to anybody?" I'm like, "Why would I talk to somebody?" That's a thing?
See, that's what's wrong with especially the police force, police community. You guys are screwed no matter what. Your first day, you're dealing with a suicide, a dead child, a teenage wreck with a body, and a dude in a drainage. Your first day. And then it's just on to the next, on to the next, on to the next. But if you would have, hey, I don't know, that was a rough day for me. Like, I need to talk to somebody. They'd be like, oh, hey, the rookie's not cut out for this. Right? But you got to learn to be quiet. Or you do bring something up. You get in a shooting, if something happens, you bring it up. Now you're marked through the department as a liability. So they expect these men and women to go out on the streets, deal with the worst of the worst, but then you can't even go and talk. I guess it's getting better now, but our culture or society for the last forever until now, recently, you couldn't go to departments because as soon as you're flagged and something happens, they want you out because now that's going to come back on the department, not you, because of the shit you've been through or how many body bags you zipped up, how many little kids you're dealing with that are drowning, dying, whatever it is. You can't talk about that shit. Yeah. See, in the military, you're just a pussy, right? Mm-hmm. At least, when I didn't do anything crazy, right? Never claimed to do anything wild. But when we got back to Al-Assad, they sit us down and they're like, they just have a checklist. And our seniors were like, yo, just say no to everything. And we got to blow through this. And so you see any bodies, you see this, you do this, you're like, nope, good, yep, good, cool. I just want to get to chow. And so then, you look at this whole entire generation of warfighters that are now at our age. These dudes have never processed anything. And then that becomes your identity. And then you get sucked into this hole and nobody's helping anybody. Mm-hmm. I mean, granted, our veterans have more programs, more resources than ever provided in history right now, this time. But nobody's showing these guys. I mean, nobody shows you how to even invest, how to save, how to start building your net worth when you're in the military. You got you got a VA loan. Why are you not encouraging these dudes to be buying apartments or rentals or you're flipping Airbnbs while you're in the military or just saving while you're in the military? Nothing. I'm sure in the law enforcement, nobody teaches any of this shit. And well, thanks for your service.
Yeah, I never understood. Obviously, when I started, I didn't even know, never even thought about it. But why don't we come out of the academy, why isn't there a financial advisor? Yeah. You got 20-year-old kids making $100,000 a year. What do you think they're going to do? I know.
Same with these Marines. Yeah. We would get them. So my last duty station, I was an instructor, and we would get all these kids. I mean, you're talking these little fucking hillbillies from bumfuck Arkansas. They show up in Oceanside, California, and they got used cars dealership everywhere. We would they'd have to sign contracts. Like if we caught them soon enough when they were students still, we would sit them down. You are not getting married. You're not getting any financial loans, leases, agreements. Because these kids would show up with a little 6-banger Ford Mustang, 20% interest. It's like, dude, you've been here 3 days. Nobody's teaching any of this. So we would have to take it upon ourselves to try to help these young guys out so they weren't ruining their life day one in the Marine Corps.
Yeah.
Dude, our society, it's the same with our health. Like we don't teach, it all goes back to public school. This is why I'm such an anti-public school person, because we're not learning, not teaching any of this. We don't even know how our bodies work coming out, let alone financial literacy.
Yep. Just stay in the system. You know what I mean? And it's just this wash, rinse, repeat, and
pay your taxes.
Yep. And I would have, gosh, if someone would have sat me down day one and been like, save your money, do this with your money, invest it, whatever it looks like, rather than the more I made, the more I spent.
Absolutely.
Now I'm buying toys and taking, vacations and doing all this stuff. Well, now all of a sudden I'm dependent on the overtime that was extra.
It's this perfect
and now
cycle.
That's just paying the bills. And now you're already overworked.
Mm-hmm.
Now that becomes your new norm.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just in this, now you're just constantly in this rat race chasing your tail.
Never ahead.
Nope. And you're never going to get ahead.
Nope.
You know,
Nobody teaches you.
nope. Unless you had that coming into law enforcement.
Yeah.
Or you had a mentor or somebody that grabbed you early on. But that just wasn't my case. You know, there was no mentorship to be had in my career.
Nope. Hopefully things are getting better now.
They are. I think people are seeing it, and there's some people, you know, taking ownership of it and wanting to do better. So they're passing that on and paying it forward, which is good.
Yeah. Back to your police work, man. So you do the 2 years there, you move on.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you go after that department didn't pick you up?
So I spent the next 6 months unemployed.
Okay.
And that was hard. I would say up until that point in my life, that was one of the hardest things I'd ever had to deal with as far as the feeling of failing, because I'd never been fired anywhere. I'd always thrived in anything I had done, very, you know, as far as whether it was job related or athletics.
Mm-hmm.
And now here I am, and for the first time in my life, now I'm, you know, 24 and I'm jobless. And what am I going to do? So what do? I start working side jobs, working for family while I start applying to other agencies. And I applied to dozens and dozens of agencies up and down the state of California. I would always make it to the final interview, which was usually the chief's interview. And then weeks later, I'd get a letter. Thanks, but no thanks. Well, come to find out, I had made some lifelong friends, fans, haters, whatever you want to call them, at the sheriff's office. And a couple of them were very influential. So when the background investigator or somebody that knew somebody, because it's all this intertwined network, would call Stan County, oh, that guy, he's a liability. I wouldn't touch him.
That's all I need to say.
Yep.
Liability.
Yep. And it wasn't until it was an awesome dude that worked with. It was a background investigator for Stockton Police Department.
Oh God.
He goes, I call him, and this was like weeks after I'd applied, and I had my chief's interview, and everything was looking good, and Stockton was hopping, you know, and I wanted to go there. Of course, you know, I'm ready to hunt, and so I call him. I leave him a voicemail, and must have just been something I said, or maybe that desperation. He didn't have to call me back. He calls me, and I go, man, what's going on? It's been a few weeks. He goes, you didn't get your letter? And I was like, nope. And I was like, I just poured into him. I was like, man, I don't know what to do. Like, this is what I was meant to do. This is my calling. I truly believed at the time, and I still believe now, that was my purpose, because I always wanted to be the voice of the voiceless.
Yep.
And I wanted to shield and protect the innocent. And I was always willing to meet the enemy right where they stood, and no matter what the cost was. And he goes, you're never going to get hired again, dude.
Really? What is that like hearing that?
Oh, crushing. You know, here I am thinking I'm going to be this cop, you know, do 30 years and have this. I had all my goals and what I was going to do: SWAT, narcotics, undercover, retire out as, you know, maybe an undersheriff somewhere. And now I'm 2 years into it, and I just was told that I'm never going to get hired again. And man, it was at that point where I really got into, again, in my darkest moments, I would always revert back to strength training and just burying myself in the iron.
Okay.
And so that was my priority, is I just would kill myself in the gym, and then I was still applying. And by the grace of God, I got another second shot at it at Livingston Police Department, which is in Merced County. which is just south of Modesto.
Okay.
It's like an extension of Modesto.
Oh, so you're right. You're still almost in your backyard.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because at the time, I was living in Turlock, which is in between the two, another farming rural community, and in the Central Valley. So Livingston Police Department, I start there 6 months later. And I had told myself, I'm going to be different. You know, I'm going to still be who I am, but I'm going to just keep my head down.
Yep.
I'm not going to draw any attention to myself other than my work product, but my work product is my work product. If they tell me, hey, you need to do X, Y, and Z, okay, I need to do this. I understand this. I'm not going to, I would never be somebody I'm not, but at the same time, I knew I had to get past probation.
For sure.
So I was willing to play the game.
Mm-hmm.
And the chief at the time was an awesome dude, and he really enjoyed and liked my attitude and the way I did things, and I was able to progress up the ranks there, and was a field training officer before you knew it. And the next thing you know, I'm on the SWAT team, and it's a regional SWAT team, and that's when I knew, like, this is what it's about. This is what's up.
What was fun about being on a SWAT team?
I would say always waiting for that next call, that next big event, like your Super Bowl. You're like always waiting on it. Like you're like itching for it. You know what I mean? And because when we got called out, it was usually like some rapidly evolving event. Usually it was a violent crime. Usually there was some type of preservation of life, they call it, where somebody's life's in danger. And so you were just always itching because you would train, just waiting for it. And we happened to be a fairly active team. And it was just the first time where I had met and was around guys that, like, I understood and they understood me. Mm-hmm. And I was like, okay, I'm home.
Yeah.
Yep. And that wasn't my passion, that. And shortly after that, I got on a narcotics enforcement team.
Oh, you didn't like the SWAT, you said?
So SWAT was a collateral. So I still had to do my full-time cop job.
Got it.
And then
when you guys would get called out, you would go.
Yep.
Okay,
yep.
You weren't designated.
No.
Okay.
There's only a few agencies. Back then there was a few more, like your bigger LA agencies that were full-time teams. We were just a collateral assignment. So collateral duty.
So you got on narcotics?
So I got on a narcotics team soon after that. And at the time, California had a division in the Department of Justice called Bureau of Narcotics Enforcement, B&E. Okay. And we just did mainly gang and narcotics enforcement investigations.
What's that like?
Oh, that was awesome, dude.
Why?
Best time of my life.
Why?
Well, first of all, I got to not shave anymore. I didn't have to shave anymore.
Okay.
So I had this epic beard, and I got to work undercover. So then I was buying dope and running around with CIs, and we're buying guns and dope.
Okay. What's it like buying as an undercover cop? What's it like buying dope off dudes?
If I hadn't ran in the circle I ran in growing up, it probably would have been like a lot cooler. But like a lot of the kids I was running around with, they were, selling weed and using dope, like, cocaine and stuff like that. So there's still a rush to it, especially we got into some deeper investigations where that was when, I don't know if you remember the oxys.
Yup.
So the 80s and the 30s. Before they became fentanyl and all this other crazy shit.
Yeah, back when we just had Oxy.
Yes. And they were legit.
Back when times were just a lot
Simple.
more chill.
Simple.
Yeah.
Like a kid could smoke an Oxy and not die.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
For real.
Or, a kid experiment with a pill is not going to all of a sudden just be dead because it's laced with fentanyl. And so that I had a great informant who was a younger kid. He was 19. And he was in the pill game. So he got hooked on pills at 12 when he broke his arm.
Jeez.
They gave him Vicodin. Vicodin turned into Perks. Perks turned into Oxys. Oxys turned into heroin. At 14 years old, he's addicted to heroin.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So he was a golden goose as far as like information and getting me in. Oh yeah. So,
Is it okay? So having what is it, CI?
Yeah, confidential informant or confidential source.
So when you have a confidential informant, Is it your dream to get one that just rats out everything, or are they usually like that, or you have to like pay these guys and you got to work it out of them? Are they more open to working with you?
So I would say that some of the best CIs I had were females.
Okay.
And the reason for that was because men or these guys that were involved in all this activity, they would always show it off to the girls, you know, all this dope I got, this gun I got. And women aren't a threat, right? So they could get themselves into any situation, take pictures of it, you know, text me a picture of, you know, a pound of dope on the bed with next to a pistol and, you know, that type of stuff. So I will say the best CIs I had were females because of that. Now it's like informant management is tricky. It is, you know, because you have to have a working relationship with them, but you're working with them a lot. And so guys can really lose themselves and allow those lines to be blurred. Like I've seen dudes that I've heard and seen and witnessed guys hooking up with their CIs, cops. And obviously
yeah, bro, that the shit I hear was coming out of the prisons here.
Yes. Oh yeah.
100%.
Oh,
100. I don't even, there's no doubt in my mind that cops are hooking up with their
jails. The jails and the prisons a whole different thing. I mean, we had two max, we had Salinas Valley State Prison, Soledad, in my last agency's county I worked, and the COs we would deal with in all of those escapades.
I'm sure.
Wild.
So I mean, is there a law that you can't hook up with CIs? I mean, if you just
policy violation.
Okay.
Well, there's a ton of policy. Obviously, agencies are all different, so I will preface it with that. But usually, pretty consistently, there is a confidential informant policy and how you are to interact and engage and manage those, and it lays it out really clear.
God, sketchy.
It's so you have to, the guys that are managing CIs have to be vetted guys, because I ended up supervising a unit where there was a lot of informant management, and you have to trust those guys on a different level because they have to work, you know, autonomous and be very trusting on a different level. And you never let them meet alone. You know, there's always at least two guys, that type of stuff, whether it's a male or a female. But so the CI business can be sloppy because you can just want somebody that's going to give you all these nickel and dimes, which if that's what you're into, like, good on you. That wasn't me. Like, I wanted, you know, I was looking for larger quantities. Like, you know, let's look for ounces of dope, pounds, guns. You know, we were buying explosives, stuff, you know, grenades, stuff like that.
Buying grenades off dudes? Where are they getting?
So the CIs were, it wasn't intended. This kind of was like a weird deal. So we go to buy a gun, and the CI buys the gun, and this is a paid informant that this guy is, and he has no criminal record because, as you can imagine, if I sent a CI to go buy a gun and that CI is a convicted felon, I'm now part of the crime.
Oh, okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%.
Not to say that I haven't seen that happen, but
that's almost entrapment in a way.
Yes. Well, and you're allowing a convicted felon to
purchase a firearm,
now be in possession of and purchase a firearm.
Yes.
So,
okay, I get it.
So this guy he had no criminal history, and he was a paid informant. We call them mercenaries.
Okay.
So that's a lot of them. It's their profession, especially on the federal level.
Have you ever been made as an undercover cop?
No.
No. Was that always in the back of your head? You were close to where you grew up.
I looked pretty rough. So I had, I had a goatee at times, a beard that was probably down to my chest. My hair was longer. I just looked really rough. And I did that on purpose. And I wasn't too worried about it. There was times where we would be in certain establishments. You know, we would go to like these little shithole casinos in various areas, and if I ran into somebody there, but I had been away from them, like that crew,
okay,
at that point for 12, 15 years, and
Oh,
I just
yeah,
look
yeah.
like a different person.
Yeah,
You know?
Okay.
Um,
What's the best part about being an undercover cop?
I would say for me, it was being able to pull something over on somebody. Like for others, I've heard like the thrill, the rush. I never got that out of the undercover side. I did on one incident, and that was my last deal.
Yeah, how'd that go?
It went well. It could have went really bad.
Okay.
So we were doing things at the time now that I would never have done. And what I mean by that is we were buying guns and dope together. That's a no-no.
That's a recipe for a disaster.
Because if you're buying a gun from somebody, they're going to come with a gun.
They're strapped.
You know what I mean? And not only that, the propensity and the likelihood that you're going to get robbed is very high. This was like when Craigslist, remember Craigslist?
Oh, yeah.
And Redbook?
Yep.
So we were setting up deals that way. And
Thank you, Internet.
yes.
Just provided. They just give it to you.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And we'd gotten into a guy and he gave up his source and I just cold called him, meaning I just dialed his number.
Yeah.
And said, hey, Joe Schmo gave me your number and this is what I'm looking for. And then we just started corresponding over the course of a week or two. And we lined up a deal for half a boat of X.
Half a boat?
Yeah, boats, 1,000 pills.
Boat.
Boat, BOAT.
Oh, I never heard that.
That's how they refer to large quantities of ecstasy pills.
Oh, okay.
So half a boat and in a 38 snub nose because he had sent me some pictures of things, and I had a bad feeling about this one. Like I had a bad feeling. It was one of those. It was what I know now to be not only my intuition but the Holy Spirit,
Discernment.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
the things I used to ignore.
Yep.
Or half pay attention to. So I just had this sickening feeling, and I had a very similar feeling in when I was at Stanislaus County. If we end up going back to that, it was during a traffic stop. So I'm getting the similar feeling, and I remember what happened during that traffic stop, and so my mind's just kind of racing. But we're already engaged. We're already at the parking lot, and it was a McDonald's parking lot. We used to do them in public settings. They're less likely to do something of that nature.
Eyeballs, cameras.
Yeah, there's just a lot of attention on them. So I pull up. He circles a couple times, which is pretty normal, even though he knew what I was driving. Because I told him just before, we already had pre-surveillance in the area. They identify him. We have my cover team parked one stall over. But when he parks next to me, he kind of repositions a few times, which I thought was real weird. And he parks on my driver's side door, and his it was a Honda Accord, and it's blacked out, murdered out. And this feeling that I got kept ramping up. And I was like, man, this is not going to go how I want it to. I already know. So I get out before he even gets out of the car. I'm already out of my car. And I'm standing in the at the A pillar, the threshold of the door. Door's open. I'm just standing there. Obviously, I'm armed, and I got my wire on, and we have our takedown sign and our verbal help sign, which is a word usually. He gets out, and he has it was like a little JanSport backpack over his shoulder. So at that point, I know he's probably got the snub nose in there and the pills. And he goes to get in my car, but on the driver's side behind me. He wants me to sit down, and I'm like, no.
He wants to be behind you as this deal goes down.
Yeah, I'm like, that's not how. Come on, player. Like, this ain't how it's going to roll. So I was a lot bigger than him. He was like a smaller, he was a little Hispanic gangster. So I'm like, no, man, get in the front seat. And he's like, no. I'm like, hey, bro, like, let's come on. So he's like, okay. So finally I convinced him to get in the passenger seat.
Is your like energy just
Yeah, at this point,
Climbing.
I'm just something's off.
okay?
He's acting real weird, which I'm like, why are you acting weird? He's about 120 pounds. I was bigger. I was a lot bigger than I am now, and it's just off. And so I'm like, this guy's just real wiry, squirrely right now, and I don't know why. I'm not giving him any like any. I'm not doing anything to elicit the behavior he's giving
Yeah.
me.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
Like I'm not trying to push up on him,
Yeah.
flex on him. I'm just being cool, and he's acting real wiry. All of a sudden, my UC phone goes off, and the case agent texts me, and he's like, "Nope," and I'm like, "What? That's weird." And I don't have my personal phone on me. Obviously, I don't have a radio, so I don't have any communications. Well, they could see silhouettes in the back seat.
Oh, of his car.
Yeah.
So he wasn't alone.
Nope. And they could see minimum 2 silhouettes. I didn't know this, obviously. And so he sits down, and the way he positions himself towards me when he sits down, I was like, I'm not going to sit down. And I was like, let me see. I was like, what's up with the pills? And he's like, what's up with the money? I'm like, come on, man. You know, I'm good for it. But we go back and forth in this thing. He flashes the pills. I give the sign. Well, they don't come after. My takedown team goes after the car. Well, at this point, they knew that there was at least 2 dudes in there. And there ended up being 3 dudes, and they're all armed. And so I end up having to kind of keep an eye on this guy, but act
Are
like
you acting like we just
like
got
I'm,
pinched?
Yeah. So
You're like, yo, did you set me up? Did you ever do
so
that?
we're doing that whole,
Okay.
you know, like what
That's
the
got to
fuck?
be fun.
Like, so that was, you know, that's like part of that trickery thing that I was talking about. That's
Yeah.
what I enjoyed was like,
Yeah.
you know, because I'd always end up in handcuffs, you know, and they would
Yo,
too.
what the hell?
And I'm like, you know, like
set
always,
this up.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And so yeah, they end up taking that guy into custody. He had a pistol in his waistband. He had the pistol in the bag. He had the pills, and then there was 3 guns in the car on 3 dudes. And during an interview, yeah, they were going to rob me. So that was the plan. And that I had been doing this now for a while. And the wife, I was really bad at sharing information with her because I was always trying to protect her.
Uh-huh.
And I just, I see now that she would have been able to hear and understand. And I think it would have been healthier for our marriage to share these things. Because when you don't share this information and they don't know what's happening, but they know what kind of work you're doing, they're going to fill those gaps.
Oh, for sure.
And so she would.
But then they're filling them with their imagination.
Yes, which is usually worse than what it is.
Always.
And so she asked, I remember I got home that evening, and that was one of the evenings I actually got home on time for the, you know, which was rare. And she goes, how'd it go? And I told her, I said, well, that was the last one I'm going to do. And she goes, really? And I go, yeah. And I could tell she wanted to ask what happened, but she just knew that I wasn't going to. And it was like those moments where I would catch myself where like I knew I was doing damage. Like the person here I love is the one that's
always
suffering.
Always.
You know, unintended
every time.
collateral damage, dude.
Every time.
So yeah, so that was my last UC deal, undercover deal.
You said you had an incident when the traffic stopped that
Yeah, same feeling.
sparked something. You had a feeling in it. What was that about?
So South Modesto, South 9th Street was where it happened, right in front of this motel that I used to just always. It was my fishing hole, and stopped this car around 3 a.m. And this was when I was on midnight, so I was working till 07. And it was a real quiet night. I stop it. I make a driver's side approach. So I walk up on the driver's side, just due to the way that the car was stopped, and I would have had a hard time doing a passenger side approach. And dude is like locked on the wheel, white boy, bunch of prison gang ink on his neck and on his face. It's summertime, and he has a Pendleton on. but it's cut off here at the elbows.
Okay.
So just things that, like, you
Interesting.
know, but he had this look about him like he was like a almost like a convict. And the only way I can describe that is like they just walk different. They look different. They carry themselves differently. You know what I mean? They're killers. You know what I mean?
100%.
And I
You
could
can tell when somebody's done some time just by a walk
Yep.
or a stance.
Yep.
100%.
And then there's levels to that too. And so I'm standing at the door.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good. So I'm standing at the door and he's just acting weird and he's just giving me very direct answers. Doesn't have his ID on him, which wasn't common, but verbally identifies himself. So I'm like, okay, I have enough information to go run him. I walked away, and I never would fully turn my back when I would walk away. When I left the driver's side, I immediately felt like I was going to, like nauseous, like I was going to throw up. And I was like, what? So I'm like, oh man, what is going on? So I get to the back of my car and I'm going to run him. And I feel sick to my stomach, like this nauseous feeling. And then the hair on the back of my neck stands up, you know, that intuition. I'm like, man, like, so I'm like trying to like hold it all together because here I'm thinking I'm going to be puking on the side of the road and I don't know what's going on. So I run him. He comes back a parolee and not wanted or anything. And so I do just a quick check on just to corroborate the information. I asked for tattoos because he had some very distinctive tattoos on his neck and his face. So I just want to like vet the information real quick over the radio. I vet it. It's easy to confirm, even though I don't have a photo of him.
Mm-hmm.
I go to take a step back on the driver's side, and this feeling intensifies. And now I'm like, man, I don't even know if I'm going to be able to like continue this traffic stop. I don't know what is going on. I just know like all of a sudden I'm sick to my stomach. So take a few seconds, do some combat or box breathing because I'm like, you know, and so I'm like, I was like, whatever. So I start to walk up on the passenger side. The feeling stays, but it's not as intense. As I'm walking up, all of a sudden, boom, I get the goosebumps, and I stop at the rear quarter panel on the passenger side, and his back window is tinted, but the side, like it was busted out, so it wasn't tinted, or somebody just didn't tint it. And I look, and he's like this, looking over his left shoulder, and he's like this with his arm across his chest. This hand's on the steering wheel. And I'm looking, and usually I would light him up with the flashlight to see what's up. So I take a few more steps, and now he's looking in the rear view, and he's looking in he's looking in the center rear view. Now he's looking in the side rear view, and he's just doing this. And I'm like, that's weird. And at this point, I'm like, I don't know, whatever. So again, I'd ignore it. I listen to it for a little bit, but I ignore it. And I start to walk up, and I get to the B pillar, and he's got a pistol like this, waiting for me to walk up on the driver's side. And he just got it right against his cool and as calm as could be, dude. Left hand still on the steering wheel. So I can just see it from the angle that I'm coming at, because I'm coming this way and I can see the handle.
He thought you were coming up on the driver's side, and
yep.
you came up passenger. Yep. Holy shit.
Yep. And so at that point, I'm like, fucking, let me see your hands. Boom. He nuts up. He doesn't know what's going on. So he's kind of doing this. He's still got
trying to look for me.
He can't see me, and just peeking around. And now I got my pistol on him, obviously. And I'm just like, ready. Okay, let's like take the slack out of this. And you know, you want to go, we'll go. And he now sees I got the drop on him. He can't really see, but he knows at this point. And he just goes like this. And so now he's like this, and the guy's just
sitting on his chest. He's like trying to.
So he's like, and now, you know, he's like, I'm good. So he's doing this thing.
I was going to give it to you. So
we call for backup. Backup shows up. We get him hooked up, and I start talking to dude, and he was a third striker. He was a three striker, meaning this gun, and he had dope on him. So at the time,
going away for life.
Early 2000s, he's going away for 25 to life.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want to go back. So he was going to shoot me coming up. Just as calm as can be, just said that. Like, yeah, and he was part of a white prison gang, well known in California. And but again, that intuition, God being there, and again, I would listen to it just enough, and he knew it was like he always knew, like, I really have to be forceful with him because if I'm not, he's going to do it. It was almost like he gave me enough free will to and I know we have free will and there is no limit to free will, but that's what I felt like. And I just have a good enough relationship with him at this point where I appreciate how he messes with me. Because I think we just have a unique relationship, and that was one of them. Like where I was like,
"Oh shit, dude!"
But there was just, I mean, time and time again, man. Like,
did you ever get in a shootout with anybody?
Yeah. So
not last day of work.
So last day of work, and then that was the only time I actually pulled the trigger. I was shot at 4 separate times where I was called the witness shooter, and I'll tell you what, that there's something about getting shot at and not being able to return fire due to whatever. And like for instance, one of the times, a few years. So after I leave Livingston, I go to Monterey County Sheriff's Office, and I'm SWAT team again, doing all that stuff, having fun. Well, it was a it was a homicide suspect that detectives had put in a hotel.
Okay.
And this is just one of a few ones where here I am getting shot at. And what I recognized during this whole process is I was just getting angry and building up, like,
for sure,
this resentment and this hatred towards the criminal element, because I always felt like, man, they are after you. Yeah, like, and I was never able to like return the favor per se, as shitty as that sounds. You know, does that make sense? Like they're always shooting at me, and I am now. This one was my 3rd time I had been shot at and not been able to return fire. This one I'm going to tell you about right now.
That's interesting how you say that it's just this buildup of criminals always after you.
But it's weird.
You're never able to return. No, and honestly, it's like almost like an animosity or this rage that you're never able to compartmentalize. I mean, to be able to decompress from. I wonder if a lot of cops, if there's a psychological, I wonder if everybody's done like a thesis or a case study on. It's almost like the dog that never catches the wheel.
Yeah,
and they just spend their whole life chasing it, and they have this hatred and obsession for it. I wonder if that has anything, because I've never heard a cop ever say that before.
So I've talked to a couple guys who have been involved in critical incident officer involved shooting, where they might have went hands-on initially. This is a hypothetical, but they went hands-on with them. It turned into a lethal force, and someone else had to pull the trigger. And you go through like a rush of emotions. Like, I failed to do my job. So that one you have to try and figure out, like, why did I fail?
Yep.
And
where did I fail?
Where did I fail? How? Yep. Why? And then like you start questioning yourself. Well, was I scared? Did I hesitate?
I delayed that, yeah.
So then you're going through like that. And then it's like, this guy tried to kill me and I didn't get an opportunity to defend myself. So for instance, this guy who's good for, I know it was one, I think it might have been a double murder, pretty heinous murder. He's in this motel in Monterey. Detectives put him in there. We know he's in there. We roll up. So everything happens. We roll up in the Bearcat. We were short-staffed at the time. Admin had done us dirty and not given us our full team. At that time, we had 24 active guys. I think they gave us 10, if I'm not mistaken.
There are so many stories that start off with, well, we were undermanned this day. I hear that so much. Seems like every time that a shit storm happens with like SWAT or any teams, we just made with what we had. We just had, they didn't give us enough guys. A lot of those stories start like that. It's weird.
And that's how bad things happen, is because people in positions of authority make poor decisions, uneducated decisions, and then it leads to something happening to one of the line staff. And then we react to it, and then we say, oh, well, now we're changing policy.
Absolutely.
After the fact.
Yeah.
So we were short staff. I pull up. I'm driving, which I know at this point I'm assistant team leader, something like that. I'm somewhere in leadership, which I don't mind driving, but I shouldn't have been driving. So I'm driving. I pull up. We're about 8 feet away from the window. I'm driver's side glass to his it's one of those older motels, and so the whole front of it is glass windows, like pane glass, with the heavy curtains.
Mm-hmm.
We announce ourselves. Nothing. Do all the lights siren, announce ourselves. He opens the curtains, looks out, closes them, and we always had a running joke. It was like, all right, this one's gonna be an all-nighter. You know what I mean? You just knew.
Yeah.
And that one, I was like, all right, hopefully everybody is well fed because we're gonna be here for a while. With us being short-staffed or undermanned because of the decisions made by our SWAT commander. Now we're going to, so we've been there, everything, we're doing our whole rigmarole, and we're about to break and rake the windows. So we're going to clear the heavy curtains so we can get a visual in there to see if he's in there alone, what's going on, what his status is, because we haven't heard or seen anything for a long amount of time. So we have a 3-man team. So I'm the shield guy again, which is a position, again, it's not that I'm above it, but I just shouldn't be in that. I should be, being back out of it. So I'm the shield guy. And then 2 other guys in position of leadership. One is the break and rake guy. So he's got the long pole to not only break the glass, but then sweep the curtains to try and clear it for visual. And then we have another guy who's going to be lethal cover. And there's this large soda machine right at where the glass meets the hard side of the building. Normally, I would go around that and just put the shield up and let him do it because the break and rake pulls, 10 feet and plenty.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, I'm like, I need to move that. Well, those things are heavy, right? And I got all my gear on. I got a shield on. And I walk up to it and literally move it like it's nothing. Even after this whole happened, my buddy was like, dude, how did you move that thing? Like, you just like set the shield down and you just like move this thing like it was like a little trash can. I'm like, I have no idea, because that shouldn't have happened. Well, we get into position where I'm at with the shield. The break and rake guy starts doing it. After about the 3rd hit, 4 pops. And I'm like, that sounded like gunfire. But with the Bearcat running, with him raking everything, with the shots coming from inside, I can't really tell. Well, I turn around at this point to let the guys know, the break and rake guy and the lethal guy, I think we're taking gunfire. They're fucking gone. Hey, they knew it was gunfire and they got the fuck out and left me there, which is a whole different.
Your team just dipped?
Done.
And didn't no one grabbed you to?
Nope.
You're standing there outside the window,
holding the shield. Me and myself in the window, and dude bucking rounds at me. I get back behind cover. Everything works out. One of our guys, center punches him down, hours later. And we go back and we are walking through the scene with the DA's office. So the prosecutor's office would look at all of our scenes and go through them. Where I was standing, if the soda machine had been there, I would have got 3 of the rounds that he shot out there that hit the Bearcat behind me, going off of the ballistics and the way how they measure it with the trajectory sticks and all that.
Yeah.
Would have hit me in the pelvic girdle if I hadn't moved the soda machine.
No kidding.
Yeah. So it's just, I used to call them coincidences. I used to say, it's better to be lucky than good. Uh-huh. I'm always in the right place at the right time. Uh-huh. And now I know this, the whole time he's been there with his hand on my shoulder, dude.
God.
Yes, God. 100%. In every instance that I should have been hurt or killed, he was like, not today. Or
I don't know how.
Or he would allow my free will and I would get hurt, but it would be hurt where, I need shoulder surgery or I need knee surgery. It wasn't like, that's going to put extra holes in you, like that type of hurt.
Feel you.
So, and I never saw all this until I saw
never
it.
Do, bro.
I'm so stubborn. I'm so stubborn.
People listening are probably like, okay, yeah, the God stuff, we get it. But let's say it's all fake, right? And it's all just made up.
Yep.
And we're just Big Bang Theory and we crawled out of the ocean from little blobs and we evolved.
Yep.
I'm saying, cool. All right, they're right. The way that you feel, the way that it changes you, the way that you process things, the way that you consume things, the way that you surround yourself with people when you start believing, there's no negative to it. There's no negative. That's why I have such this weird when people are, and why is God crucified on everything? Why is Jesus the joke of all Hollywood? Why is nobody out here cursing Muhammad? Why is nobody out here burning Buddhist flags and Muslim
The Quran,
the Quran? Why is God and Jesus always played down in movies and made mocked of on stage and at the Emmys and all these shows and performers? It's just if you look at the picture, it's like, if it's so fake and it doesn't exist, one, why is it so just shit on? As where we're the only religion that everybody can talk on and talk negative on and just crucify and drag through the mud, but you do that to anybody else, now we got major problems. But in the meantime, how it changes everything and how you, like I just said, like it's weird. People listening are just like, oh yeah, okay, that. But just this conversation, who we used to be, I feel you and I are, how old are you?
44.
Okay. Yeah, I feel you and I are fucking through life. We're just now crossing paths because everything you're talking about, the situations, how lucky. Man, I could go for a podcast for a month straight on the shit that I've gone through and how I just woke up, chose violence, fought the world. Nobody could change my mind. I'm going to do whatever I want. My ego, my pride, this image, all the shit that just slowly builds over the years. And then one day you just get, you find God, open your heart, reach, whatever it may be. And then you realize what a fucking loser you were. It's the only way I could put it. I did the wife and I talk and she's like, I'm like, yeah, I don't remember much of that time. She's like, how do you just data dump shit like that? And I'm like, I'm so embarrassed of who I used to be and how I acted and how I carried myself. And you go through my old social media, I'm like, God, what a fucking douchebag. People probably think of it now, which whatever, but compared to what I was night and day. And I'm like, I'm like, God, I can't even believe that's how I talked or and I'm still very clearly rough around the edges, just who I am. That's why there's certain dudes I can connect with and most I can't, because I drop an F word in a Bible study and everyone's like,
yeah,
you know, I'm like,
because it's religion to them.
It is religion.
It's not a relationship. And God knew that we had to go through everything we did at a certain time to meet here on this certain day to get connected in the way we did, because if we did it at any other time, we weren't ready for this.
And what does Mom always say, kiddo? God doesn't call the
God doesn't qualify or God doesn't
call the qualified.
He qualifies the call.
Yeah, that might.
I mean, look who his homeboys were.
Rapists, murderers.
Yep.
Look at how many of them were crucifying Christians.
Yep.
Ended up giving their life.
Absolutely. I mean,
they're not some perfect little
it's
church dweller their whole entire life. That's why
it's
I feel
crazy how the most read book can be the most controversial. And this guy that people don't believe is true, there's so much factual evidence to dispute it. And I think he's so real that people want him to be fake.
Absolutely.
He is the alpha male. He is who I aspire to be every day, because being more Christ-like means I'm going to be a better man. I'm going to be a better husband, and I'm going to be a better dad.
A better mentor, a better person in this community, a leader. What's the negative?
Like you said, there's no negatives.
What's the negative?
We bring the negatives in.
I don't have to make sacrifices. I'm not giving anything up. That's the greatest thing. That was battle. I'm not changing. And I had a guy tell me, who says you have to change? Who says you, well, I do this, I do this, I do this, I do this. Yeah. Just seek. And then guess what? A little at a time, you know what? It's not for me anymore. You know what? I just don't feel right with that. And it's not that I'm over here making these hard changes in my life. And it's like, man, I listen to this music now. And I'm like, ugh. Like, God, dude, I used to, this is my workout playlist for years.
Yeah. No, I'm listening to worship music when I'm working out.
I'm in the corner. I'm on the stairs just jamming. Like, what is it? What is that station? God, they're out of the East Coast. They're out of like Georgia. God, they're an incredible worship group. But it's just,
it's amazing when you really see who he is. You allow the Holy Spirit in. The Holy Spirit will change you.
Greatest comedian, greatest sense of humor that ever exist.
You don't
just shit he does, and
Mike, I don't need to have to worry about changing. It'll change all on its own.
As long as it will. But that was a big lie to myself.
Yeah.
I'm not giving this up. Dude, this is who I am.
I will say that it doesn't get easier. It gets much harder.
Oh.
But it's a hard that I choose every day.
Because as soon as Satan sees, you start making differences. You start healing things with your wife. You start healing things with your children. It's a joke with my wife and I say it all the time. When we're cruising, we're thriving. I'm like, where's he at?
Yes.
For me, my sin's lust. I'll admit it. I don't know if I'm sure she's picked up on it by now. I've had my struggles over the years. Dude, I'll be riding, cruising, nothing. I got no distractions. Soon as life is just, I'm like, God, thank you, Jesus. We are so blessed. Bing.
You got to put that armor on every day.
Here comes the devil.
Yeah.
Now it's to the point. I'll be with my boys and there's some chick. I'm like, devil in the flesh. That's the devil. Like, how do you know, bro? I'm like, if anybody's going to know,
yeah,
I've danced with the devil way more than I'd ever liked. But now that's what it is. Now I see it. And now it's a joke. I'm like, God, babe, we are so blessed. She'd be like, we were really, I'm like, waiting. And within an amount of time, here it is, or some logo shit or something that would just derail me just enough.
Yep.
But I'm like, there it is. But now I see it coming. I'm prepared for it. It's taken a while to see the game that's I'm playing in my mind and through life of this cat and mouse between God and the devil. And so, but it's almost comical. You could almost set it. I got a buddy that's going through a bunch of shit right now. And I'm like, dude.
It's cool when you seek his guidance and wisdom because like to your point, he prepares you.
Yep.
He gives you the eyes to see this.
Yep.
He gives you the ears to hear this. Now, obviously it's your job to look and identify like you do now. But when you're not living in alignment, you can't see it. So you're just like, oh gosh, I'm having these thoughts and I guess and it all starts with a conversation, right? An affair starts with a conversation.
That's all it takes. Hey, what's up?
Spending problem starts with just a little purchase.
Gambling, one roll.
That's
one sip, one puff, one take.
So that's how the devil, when you're not ready, or when you don't have that, like I was talking about earlier, that pressure. When I'm in the Word, when I'm praying to Him, I keep that positive pressure. If I'm like a pressure chamber, and the minute that I'm not in the Word or I'm not filling myself with Him, guess what? It creates a little portion of empty space. Boop, enemy's in, and I'm like,
it's that quick.
Got me.
That soon.
Got me. That's how quickly it can happen.
But the best part is, dude, God knows it. I'm not saying you're going to sit here and just relapse every month and be like, oh, sorry, God, I'm back to it. Obviously, there has to be change and wanting to better yourself. But man, it's just it's fun listening to your conversation because I'm like in my mind, you're talking like different worlds, same tracks. Like it's just
our battles are all the same.
They're all this. Did you break it? I could be. I'm going to say a teacher in shop. He's going to be struggling the same shit. Granted, we've been built in worlds that are built off of chaos, violence, survival. But I mean, everybody struggles the same. Everybody fights the same mental battles. Like, granted, your trauma is going to be different than mine, and we're going to all see different things. But at the end of the day, it's the same. It's the same process. It's recognizing, trying to better, trying to seek and get information. And okay, I'm going through this. You know, 'cause I'll talk to some guys, and I can't relate to them, but that's their struggle. It's just like a rich guy, right? His
Correct.
$1 million problem is the same as my $10,000 problem.
Yep.
There's no levels. There's no yours is greater than mine. I mean, it could be some mom that's going through a divorce and the whole world's falling
It's all
apart.
relative.
I mean, you look at a guy that's going to take his own life because he just lost $1 million in a deal versus a guy that he can't pay his bills and he's struggling over $1,500 debt.
Yep.
It's the same pressure. It's just who's dealing with it, and how you deal with it. And that's why it's like, bro, I wish I could sit every one of my friends on and be like, bro, just stop. I got a buddy of mine, man. I God bless him. He's a really important dude in my life, but he's like 6 years behind me on everything.
Is he younger than you?
Yes. Everything. I'm telling you, it's my clone. Verbatim. Everything this dude is going through, everything he's struggling with 6+ years ago with me, right? And I'm like, bro, just listen to me. Like, again, bro, like this is going to be the outcome. This is how you, and but until you're ready.
And he's got to go through it.
He's got to go through it. And so now
hurts.
he knows it too. He'll come to me like, dude, I know. Like, and now it's more of just meant like, okay, dude, like in order for this to be cleaned up, you got to, or you're going to be on this road for a long time. Like I didn't have a mentor that has battled what I've gone through and was what I was chasing. I never had anybody. I didn't have that dad that sat me down. Yeah. Instead it was, you're not welcome here anymore. You need to go find God. So then, okay, I'll go find, but I'm immediately distracted. I didn't have that fellowship of another man sitting me down and being like, yo, dude, instead it was my boys were encouraging it. Yo, I heard this, dude, this is going on. And so then the ego and everything. So with him now I'm in the position where it's just, all right, bro, this is what I had to go through. Yeah. This is what I had to do to make my changes. So here's the information. And so I'm walking him through a lot of things, but now he'll come to me like, dude, I know I'm not going to listen, but I need your advice. And so it's just, you just got to be there for him. But but back to my original statement with this, I just want to sit him down and be like, bro, just give your life. Yeah. Just seek. That would be one of those things that I could go back through if I could tell myself at 20 years old. Yeah. That would be on my list, bro. Just start seeking. I'm not saying become some born again Christian right now and get baptized and you're going to throw everything that's secular in your house out. No, just don't even pick up a Bible. For crying out loud, if you're that person, just get on Instagram or TikTok and just start searching. Get on YouTube. Get on some of these men. There's a lot of fake things where I have a problem. There is, yes. But as long as there's a lot of biblical pages out there, just drop hard stuff for men that are just men scriptures. Yep. Scriptures built by men that are through battles, failing, losing it all. There's so many incredible things that men can relate to. And they're not even just, you got to give your life to Christ and become this hardcore radical Christian. I don't want anybody to do that. Find your path. And then it's just, but that's where I'm at with him. I'm like, God, dude, I wish I could just be like, slap the shit out of him. Save yourself the years of this. Save yourself the problems, the fighting, the debt, the divorce, whatever it may be. Just get on it now. I wish I could just scream it from the rooftops and people. But then again, if everybody listened, we wouldn't be in this world of sin and hate and violence and everything else. That's what the free will.
Yeah. And I would say that you being the light in his life and speaking truth with love and not judging him and just being like you but like loving him, like that there's going to be a time where he's going to say, I want what he has. There's a peace about him. The way he interacts with his daughters, the way he loves on his wife, the way he treats his friends, the peace he has in his heart. I need that. And you emulating that every day and like walking him through that, there's no better gift, bud. You're the vessel right now. You're the vessel that he needs And I would just keep leaning into that, man. Like
That's all you can do.
Yeah. And
You can't turn your back,
No.
you know, and
that love, that Christ-like love that you're showing him, he's not going to, right now, you are his light in the darkness.
Yep.
No matter what battle he's going through, he knows he has somebody, which is huge. Not only does he know he has somebody, he knows that he's not going to be judged or shamed.
Yeah.
And he can be vulnerable with you, it sounds like.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah.
So
Oh, yeah.
I think, but I get where you're coming from too, because you don't want him to suffer. You don't want the pain because you've been through, you've felt the pain. You don't want him to feel it.
I live with it every day.
Yeah. And seeing someone that is battling that,
that's a tough one when you watch somebody walk in your shoes.
and all you want is the best for him because you love him.
Mm-hmm.
But you're like, man, Lord, what can I say? Just give me the wisdom, the words. Allow me to be that vessel that gets him to look towards you.
That's all we can.
Yeah. And you're doing it.
Trying.
So I would give yourself some grace because you probably at times are like, gosh.
Not at him.
No, not at
in a
him.
way, but yeah.
But you're
I just want to shake him. Like, dude, just wake up.
or I don't know. Because I would be like, is there more I can do? Am I doing enough?
So since he is a clone of me, I know, like I can give him everything, and I know he's just gonna shit. Not in a negative way that he doesn't appreciate.
Nah,
I had to learn. I had to feel the fire, man. I had to feel the pain in order to grow and to change, and that's where he's in that trench right now. So now it's more of just being there for him, and just being support. But it's
I have such a spot in my heart for dudes like that. Like to your point, like I'll tell you what, I'm just like, gosh, I wish I could trade places with you right now just to take that.
Yeah.
Because I know how to deal with it.
But that's
you
how they're
can't
gonna grow.
It is.
You're never gonna change.
Like me, man, I had to keep running into the wall. He kept slapping me on the back of the head. But yet I was like, I'm good. And then what you ultimately you pray for and you hope for is that they don't hit hard. They fall, but it doesn't cost them maybe everything or a relationship with their child.
That's what I'm worried about right now. That's where, not the pressure. Hey, you need to, but I got a beautiful family, man. I'm like, dude, for what?
And the enemy is going to everything to trying to destroy that, because obviously the family is the core, right? The husband, the wife, equally yoked. If he can separate the family, then he's already on his way to separating. And
the ultimate goal.
Yeah.
Look at everything in society right now. Boss babes, porn, the distractions, social media, these fake images. Everything in our society right now is to divide us as families.
Yeah.
To distract men, pull them away, turn these wives into man haters when they don't respect their husbands and they're not serving their men in the home. Not in a, I know people will hear that and be like, oh my God. Like,
no, biblically.
Biblically.
And
my wife and I are so yoked. I can't get away with shit.
Yeah. And to a man's point, the way he should love and serve his wife like Christ, and so I feel it. I feel your pain and almost that helplessness right now, because if he's got a daughter, then what does that look like? If he's got a son. So it's an all bad situation when
it's one of the things, man. It's the season.
Well, I'll be praying for him too, man.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that.
There needs to be more men building men up and rooting for each other, man. Like
that's why we need which is so crazy to me. That's why we need community. I'm not a big tribe dude, because when it comes to raising my own kids, like I'm weird with that. But as far as men, I think we need community, not in group texts, not in these giant distracted and just noise communities, but where they're able to talk.
Yeah. Intimate. Like just like the disciples.
Earlier, this shit right here, if you would have asked me where are you going to be in 5 years from 5 years back from now, being a therapist that puts shit out on social media.
And if you would ever thought 5 years ago that I'd have been talking about God and what he's done in my life and how he saved my life and he's repaired my marriage and he's allowed me to breathe life into my kids, I'd have said, you're crazy.
Yeah, but you follow a fake sky god. He's not doing anything for you. That's why I'm like, what do you believe in?
Yeah.
This is why you're so angry and miserable.
Right?
I'm not attacking you. I want you to find
you.
what I found. I want you to feel what I feel, but why are you hating me for it? It's all fake, then it's fake. Okay, cool. Call it fake and move on. Why aren't you attacking all the other thousands of religions that were created from, we won't even get into fallen angels and all that shit, but yeah, bro, it's crazy. Yeah. Okay, let's talk about your last day at work, and then we're going to tie in everything you're doing now.
Okay, so
this is one of the strangest episodes I have ever recorded. Greatest. This is one of my favorite conversations so far, but man, people listening are probably, what in the fuck is good? I mean, we just go from a story to, I know you're probably loving this, huh? She loves these ones. She loves the deep men talk, because to have a real quick, that I've caught flack in the early days with her being the producer of this, especially from my dad, from a Christian point of view, right?
Interesting.
I don't appreciate, your daughter should not be listening. My granddaughter should not have to listen to what these people are saying on these podcasts. And I was like, okay, well, give me an example, Dad. Well, you had a guy on that talked about shaving his whole entire body, which is one of my best friends. He ended up naring his body because he got in trouble and had a restriction and he had nothing to do. He's stuck in the barracks, nared his body, ended up getting chemical burn because he didn't wash his ass out. Anyways.
That's epic.
Yes. Right?
Yeah.
Hilarious.
I think it's great.
So when I first met him, he had a chemical burn in his ass crack and was restricted into the barracks for 45 days because he went to sleep with a loaded gun in his room while he's supposed to be on patrol and fell asleep. Anyways, so my dad hears that and he's like, she should not be hearing this type of stuff. I'm like, Dad, you're telling me that this kid sitting in here is getting more negative from all of these people that have ruined their lives, thrown everything away, to shit on everybody around them, killed people, been stabbed, been shot, blown up, whatever our life as humans have been through, and how somehow the majority of all these people come out on top, or they've returned their lives around, or they found God. And the majority of our episodes from our fans and followers and hardcore people, almost every episode, I'm like, you're telling me that's worse than her going to a public school and hearing the conversations that these kids are bringing back every day? Well, yeah, just like the fact that she gets, and that's back to her listening, that she gets to hear how men talk.
Yeah.
She gets to hear how women talk. She gets to hear how what's inside, what we're doing at certain ages. She's processing the fact that she has sat here and listened to 118 episodes of people's lives, of trials and tribulations and losing children and coming out. I'm like, that is what you're worried about? I'm like, look at the life experience and the stories that she gets to hear from this, but it's the negative, right? Like, that's just perspective on it. I don't even know how we got on. Oh, for her sitting here and laughing about, because I know when she's in the conversations, because the cameras are working really quick because he's on it. So I always can tell. We've been doing this for 2 years with her, right? So I could tell when she's in the conversation, but there's a lot of times she just doesn't understand the military lingo and law enforcement. Yeah. And she doesn't get it. Yeah. She's a 18-year-old kid.
As you were talking, I'm thinking the years and the lifetimes of wisdom that she has received. Man, like
people traveling the world.
Talk about cheat code, like final boss level. Seriously, like if I would be like, can my daughter sit with her? You know, does that make sense? Like, because where else can you get this much wisdom, life experience in a controlled environment? Nowhere.
You know how many people come on here and drop a one-liner, and her and I will be like, oh my God. And we'll implement things into our life because of it and changing, and she rewatches. Yeah, I go through every episode a second time. I'm like, dude, what an opportunity. But yeah, I don't even know how we got on that little tangent, but I could tell because she's in the screen. I can see her face. Majority of the time she's behind her computer and she'll peek out for certain things. But I know she enjoys this conversation, because where else are you just going to be able to experience real, raw conversations? Yeah. Even most podcasts, dude, they're all driven for a certain agenda. They come in with all these, hey,
Scripted.
I want to hit. Yeah, honest to God, that's why these giant platforms and these guys just read questions the whole entire time. I'm like, that's not even.
This is legit, dude.
This is just.
like,
Thank you.
no, this is what life is about, man. This is what fellowship is about. This is men, again, sharpening men. We're not polishing each other, right? Too many men are polishing each other, but they all say iron sharpens iron.
Bro, I want to be that
around.
battle-worn axe that's got chunks taken out of it, but I got an edge.
Yep.
It's got a history.
Yep.
That axe has seen some shit.
Yep.
Man, it'll cut if it needs to, but you know what? It's put away. It's a tool.
Good.
It's good.
Yep.
I'll hang it up, but I don't want to be a polished ass samurai sword. Like, even though I got a giant samurai tattooed on my back, but I love these types of conversations. This is the realest shit. This is what's happening in the gym. This is what's happening in the locker rooms. This is what's happening in the golf cart and in the truck and at work before you go in with your boy, whatever it may be. This is the shit that's happening, but nobody puts it out because nobody wants to be vulnerable. And you got to edit that out. Your listeners. And I had people come in and tell me how to run. Hey, you need to do this. You need to keep them at this time. You need to kind of stay away from these topics if you want to grow in a podcast world. And I was like, fuck all of you. I'm just going to sit down and talk to people. No, dude, that doesn't work. I'm like, doesn't work?
Watch me.
I'm like, okay, then it doesn't work. Then we'll figure something, but it worked. Because people every week, dude, thank you for a real conversation. Just thank you for having this person on just to tell their story.
People need to hear your story, right? Everybody has a story. People need to hear it because they need to see what it looks like to come out the other side.
Absolutely.
And everybody goes, well, my testimony or my story is not that. No, don't minimize your story, man. Everybody's been through something, and that something can change somebody else's life.
And it does, just by...
Always does.
Her and I are episode 100, and I know we're going way off topic right now. We'll get into your last day at work, but when her and I sat down for episode of 100, I don't know if you've had a chance to watch that.
No, I'm going to.
It's incredible, you know, for her and I to be able to talk. And it's just her and I. It's almost our own little therapy session where we get to sit down and do it. And I can't wait to do it again. Not gonna, dude, I couldn't even get through the intro on her. She sat down and she's like, hi, Dad. Lost it. Anyways. Dude, I had belly button sweat. I had a wet spot. I had tucking toilet paper and tissues in I'm sweating. I was in the bathroom prior. She was up here and the wife and her getting everything ready. And I prayed. And I was like, God, just give me strength through this one.
Yeah.
And I got emotional praying. Dude, I sat down, lost it. And so I don't even know where I was going. Where was I going with this?
Episode 100.
So episode 100, dude, I just sat down with my daughter. That was it. I just want to have a conversation with my daughter. Who are you? What are your beliefs? I'm still trying to respond to everybody that reached out for that. The amount of men, the amount of fathers, the amount of new fathers, young men that want to be fathers that just heard a daughter-father conversation, and how many men it gave hope that, holy shit, like, because, dude, we still have our problems. Like, we still have some shit we're working on at the moment. It's just life.
It's life.
But where we've come to where we're at now, I didn't come out like I'm having two girls. I was a piece of shit. When I found out we were having our second daughter, I didn't want anything to do with the whole pregnancy. I was there. I mean, we're together, but I wasn't excited. I see these dads posted, I'm gonna be a father. Dude, I have so much regret because I was in my own world. I had my ego. I had my pride in this image I'm building that didn't have a kid involved in it. And so now I look at these dads, I'm like, man, but as soon as my daughter, the second one, was born, held my hand, it was done, right? Blob of shit. They've owned me ever since. But it was building the foundation. I was not this dad that people think I am, or even I am now. I still fall every day and fall short. But it's starting. But the overwhelming amount of responsive guys coming out and just spark the light. Like, holy shit, it's not too late. And I tell everybody, dude, I don't care how old your kids are. Just start building that relationship. I had a guy on recently, and same thing, dude. It doesn't matter if you're 80 years old. If you don't have a relationship with your children, you should be working on that.
Yeah.
And it's, I don't know, the fact that how many guys they need that conversation, just that real raw conversation, not scripted. We're not sitting here with an agenda. We're going to push this, and I'm going to make sure these guys get this. Dude, just sit down and have a conversation. We just put it on the internet, and somehow it works. But
it works because it's real.
Let's get to your last day, dude.
Okay.
What was your last day? Was a pretty rough one for you as a cop.
Yeah.
Let's get into that.
It was the culmination of I had been on a career path that allowed me to develop a skill set. And that skill set ultimately all got to be used in about a 9-hour ordeal on May 31st, 2023.
Okay.
That was in the city of Salinas.
Okay.
And started out like any other morning. There is, of course, God's in this, like he has been throughout my life.
Always there. Maybe not seen him.
So real quick, just to give you some context to realize the gravity, in January, I had received a medical report from some prior injuries and surgeries that I had. And I had already been working full-time. At this point, I was running a plainclothes unit, pipe hitters, just dudes that were the most professional group of killers for all. I mean, if we wanted to really explain who they could be, those guys that the propensity for violence is always there, but they choose the alternative until it's needed.
Yep.
And so I'm running these guys. I'm a leadership position on our SWAT team, and I've been working for a year, and I get this medical report now that says I have a slew of permanent restrictions due to my prior injuries, which means a permanent restriction in law enforcement is a done deal.
Okay.
And so I had so many that it wasn't salvageable. I got caught off guard, and I had to get an attorney to figure out what I was going to do. I was the sole provider for my family, and in a pretty dark place. They put me out on 4850, which is it's the workman's comp code for disability.
Yep.
So now I'm no longer at work. I talk to my lawyer. I tell him, hey, I've been working. I'm fine. I don't know what this is all about. I said, is there anything we can do? Can you write a letter to refute this to the doctor? I didn't say I couldn't do any of this. The doctor said I couldn't do any of this. Yeah. Was I banged up, and do I have limitations now? And am I the same guy I was? No, you're absolutely right, but it doesn't mean I can't. But I was pretty messed up. And all that to say, my lawyer writes a rebuttal letter, says, I've never seen this work. I don't think this is going to work, but I'll do it for you, Dave. Okay, cool. So this is going into February. I'm off for a few months. And then all of a sudden he calls me and he says, well, they just lifted your restrictions to go back to work. However, you're on borrowed time. They're going to have a deposition with these permanent restrictions. You're done. So, but you get to go back to work. That was 2 weeks prior to my last day of work. So I was on my path to get medically retired. Now, magically, I'm back 2 weeks prior to my last day of work. It's like any other day. Show up. I'm plainclothes unit, unmarked vehicles. All of but one of my guys was team guys, so they were on the SWAT team. Plus, they were on my undercover unit or plainclothes unit. So they all had all their capabilities and equipment and everything on our trucks, and that ended up helping out initially when we got there. But I pull up to the parking lot of my office, and I hear my buddy who's serving an eviction. He's a civil deputy. He's a deputy, but he's part of the civil unit, which serves evictions to evict people from their houses.
Which can get ugly.
Yeah, so I was a part of one years back where a deputy was killed and a locksmith was killed, and that was another 12-hour standoff.
You were involved in that one?
Yeah. So I've been involved in a few of these now.
Okay.
A few months prior, we were involved in a very similar one, but it came out okay. So I was not, this wasn't new to me. These civil evictions gone really wrong. And this one was in Stanislaus County, the one where the deputy got killed and the locksmith got killed. So now fast forward, and I hear my buddy serving out at this place, serving eviction. No, normal radio traffic. But I'm in my truck drinking my coffee. I have our laptop in the computer. I'm just kind of finishing up some things. And then a few minutes go by, and he asked for another unit. And this guy never asked for anybody. So I'm like, that's weird. Interesting. And so then dispatch asked him, like, his status. Like, are you okay? And he goes, yeah, I just need another unit. And so I'm like, okay. So it piques my interest. So I turn up the radio. Now I'm paying attention to that as I'm doing this. And a few more minutes goes by, and they ask him his status. And he goes, stand by. That's not normal.
Escalating?
Yeah, that's not normal.
Okay.
That means something's happening in the background or the foreground that we're unaware of. Guess what comes back?
Shots fired.
My stomach issues. All of a sudden, I start getting this knotted in my stomach where I'm going to feel like I'm going to throw up in my truck.
From the same feeling that when the guy was in the car?
Yep.
Okay.
And I don't recognize it again.
Of course not.
Why would I? So now he's asking for another unit. Now I'm like, this is not good. I don't know what's going on. There's some other radio traffic, but I'm like, I'm making this into something that's really not. So I'm trying to, again, not pay attention to what's being told to me. Stomach is just knotted up. So I end up going, hey, I'm going to go in. I don't feel good. So I walk in. Takes me about a minute to walk across the parking lot, get into my office. I sit down. I turn on my portable radio in my office. As soon as I turn it on, shots fired, deputy down.
That's your buddy?
Yep. And it's one of the female deputies. So I knew her. I knew she had a trainee. I knew the other guy who showed up, and I knew he had a trainee. So they have 5 deputies there, and they are screaming for help. And I can hear gunshots in the background. And obviously he didn't put out the radio traffic, so I know that's not good.
Yeah.
So, fuck, man, here we go. So I grab all my shit, and all my guys were in the office. I'm yelling at them, hey, Jesse's been hit. He's down over here. So everybody's scrambling out of our investigations bureau. We get in our cars. I don't know if my speedometer ever dropped below 100. And I forgot because all of our cars have all of these automation and metrics, and I forgot what the distance was and how quickly I made it there, but it was pretty unrealistic.
Okay.
So I get there, and as I'm rolling up, it's an apartment complex. So it's a low housing apartment complex, multi-story, so 2-story. It houses mentally ill and
oh God,
people with substance abuse issues.
Oh, what a perfect combo.
That's subsidized by the state.
Of course.
So we're cooking right now, right? We're hitting all the check boxes. So I pull up. I know the area and the location of the apartment complex, but I can't see the internal workings of it. But I roll in hot with my windows down, and it sounds like a fucking the gun battle like you've never heard before. And I'm like, wow. Automatic gunfire, semi-auto. I can hear different calibers being shotgun, because distinctive sound between a shotgun, a rifle, a pistol. I'm hearing all these rounds. I'm like, what in the fuck? So I throw on my vest real quick as I'm getting out. I have a little Glock 48 in my waistband because we're playing close. I grab my rifle, and I grab my blowout kit that I carry on our headrest. Go running in. As I'm running up to the entrance, which is all open, his apartment happened to be top apartment that faces down onto the parking lot, that has full vantage point of the whole parking lot.
Oh, so he's got a tactical advantage on you.
Like one I've never seen before.
Okay.
And he's got multiple viewpoints, vantage points, and windows to shoot from on 180 degrees of this corner apartment complex, and he's just unloading. And I see these, it was wild. So there's these cops, Salinas PD cops, which is the agency within the municipality.
Yep.
And there's a few of them and a few deputies, and they're carrying Jesse, and he's a good sized dude. And
This is your buddy?
Yep. And they're carrying him across the parking lot in gunfire. So we're just ripping rounds, suppressive fire, just going back and forth.
Is he conscious or is he?
Yes, he is. They get him down, but we're exposed. There's no good place. So we're exposed as I'm assessing him. They put him down at my feet, and he is leaking. Like, I'm like, wow, he's lost a lot of blood. And just,
Where did he take rounds?
so he took, they think at least 2, but possibly 3 through the elbow, 7.62/45.
Oh, shit. He lose his arm?
Almost. I'll explain that here in a second. So they did salvage his arm, and then one, but weren't able to confirm if it was 1 or 2 rounds underneath the vest through the chest, nicked his spleen, but his his artery was just a mess. So when I get to him, I start sweeping him. I realize he took a couple rounds to the chest. So obviously he's breathing okay at this point. So I'm not really worried about seals and all that. I know the bleeding. There's a tourniquet up on his shoulder, but with the uniforms that they wear, they had they're the 511, and they have like a sleeve pocket.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? So our patch with a sleeve,
Yeah.
well, a lot of guys would carry a notebook or something in there. Well, the tourniquet was on top of it. They didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah.
They just put it up as high as they could, but it wasn't stopping any of the bleeding. And so when I do the sweep of his arm, it feels like
Jello.
It feels like the ankle on the floater
Yep.
right here, because it's just skin.
Gush. Yeah.
It's just skin.
Yep.
So then I realized, okay, that's where it's at, because he's just covered in blood. I mean, just covered. They stripped his vest off, and he's just saturated. So I do find it that's there. So I put a tourniquet up and high and tight up above, and crank that down. I could tell it's slowing the bleeding at this point. So then I start putting seals on him. And
Like sunken chest wound seals? Is that what you're talking
yeah,
about? Okay.
yeah, chest seals.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
So I get a chest seal on the front, and I'm looking for. It looks like there's multiple holes, but so much blood. I'm trying to wipe the blood, and at this point, rounds are skipping off around me from dude, and he makes he looks at me, and and he's turning gray. So this guy and I have been through it. He almost killed himself in a car accident my first day as his supervisor on patrol. And just a freak car accident. And his son and my son were friends and went to school together. His wife and my wife were friends. She was a dispatcher in a neighboring agency.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, I hadn't lost anybody. And then immediately I started replaying my life. And up until this point, I really was very selfish in the fact that I would run towards death.
For sure.
And I really didn't care about dying. As sad as it almost was, like, it would have been an honor to die on duty, and especially in a gunfight like this. And in this moment, there was a lot of things that I didn't say
To him?
to my loved ones. A lot of conversations that I hadn't finished. Some I love yous. I had been a distant father at this point. I was working. I was running away from all my problems. And there was a lot of unfinished business.
And you're processing this as you're standing over your boy
Yep.
as he's bleeding out?
Yep. Thinking I'm going to lose him. His son's going to grow up without a dad. His wife's going to have to live the rest of her life as a widow. And now I'm thinking, man, there's a lot of things I'd like to tell my wife right now and my kids.
Sure.
And I went to a point where I'm like, not that she would, but I know it's normal. But my brain just went to it as like, I don't want another dude drinking out of my coffee cup. I was like, another dude walking my daughter down the aisle. And another dude raising my boy.
What's it worth?
Yeah. All for nothing, right?
Nothing.
And I realized how selfish, dude, all this reflection happened in such a short time span, but he allowed me to really process all of that in the moment. And I said at that moment, Lord, if you get me out of this, I will commit my life to you. And this prayer was different. I had said prayers hundreds of times before. This one was different. And I look at 3 or 4 other guys and I'm like, hey, we got to get him the fuck out of here. And gunfire stops. First time since we'd been on scene. Probably been on scene now about 10 minutes.
It's a long time.
A very long time.
To be bleeding like that.
Yep. And he's not looking good at all. And so I think there was 5 of us that picked him up.
Did he say anything to you at this point at all? Was he conscious enough, or was he just in that zone?
No, he I had washed his vest, his external plate carrier, when he wrecked his car because it was bloody, because a buddy had done that for me when I wrecked my car at Stanton County. And I'd never wanted to return it. And he made reference to the blood coming out of his vest because he knew when my wife and I washed his vest the first time. That's what gave me a glimmer of hope. But he was always that guy. Like, just a fucking rock star. Just an amazing dude. He was a Iraqi vet and just a good dude. He was one of our EOD techs. So we pick him up and carry his ass a couple 100 yards in the middle of the street, exposed, no gunfire. We get him loaded up. And thinking like, yeah, that's probably it for him. And my undersheriff comes up to me in the middle of the street and grabs me from behind, and I'm covered in blood, dude. Covered in blood. And says, you need to get it together. I said, get the fuck off me. Pushed him away. Went back, started getting my guys.
Get what together?
That's a great question. I never followed that up. I don't know what he meant by that. I would imagine because I was yelling, I was directing. So he's on the ground. I'm still working on him as we're getting ready to load him in the ambulance. And I'm telling other guys, my assistant team leaders had showed up. Some armor had showed up. So I'm like, hey, gunfire here, this corner. So I'm just
Makes
at
sense.
this point delegating and trying to we don't have a perimeter. We have no containment.
You got a couple of road cops with trainees that are in this. So you're probably the only one with any.
That are still pinned down.
Yeah.
Because there was only one way in, one way out. And they went right, which when the gunfire started, they just went this way. Now they're trapped on the opposite side of the door where this guy's unloading from. And so they're pinned down. So I'm just directing things. So I don't know. I don't know because me and him after that had another couple incidents. And that was the last time I saw him. And I get back on scene, which is, again, a couple 100 yards, and gunfire starts right back up.
Really?
Yep. Like clockwork. And throughout that incident, some of the worst tactical decisions I've ever been a part of were made by our administrators who should have never been in the command post and who were putting people's lives in danger.
Like what?
Oh, so first of all, our SWAT team had the capabilities to manage and mitigate that problem. But our administrators, so we had a new SWAT commander at the time, our sheriff and undersheriff, our admin had just been taken office in January, and they were horrible Horrible people.
Okay.
Absolutely horrible people. Shouldn't be in leadership positions. So now they have infiltrated and intimately involved themselves in our tactical command post.
Always.
Now they are contaminating decisions that are being made. They are getting on the radio, which they shouldn't be. So the first thing they try and do is they try and take us off of being the primary team, which means they wanted Salinas PD to run the incident, and they were going to remove us completely. Well, the cool thing is one of the team leaders was Salinas PD, awesome dude, like just a great dude. Me and him have a conversation, and he's like, "You guys ain't going nowhere. You know, we're gonna take 24 dudes out of this situation that are highly trained. We were a very active SWAT team at the time, had a lot of experience, dudes that had been in gunfights before in very similar situations. So that's the only way, essentially, we were able to continue to stay on scene, was because they told their SWAT commander, "Hey, Monterey County needs to stay on scene."
Why would you pull that many guys off?
Because you've never been in that role. You don't know.
For sure.
So
Lack of experience.
again, making irresponsible decisions based off of your ego and things you might have seen or heard or read in a book or seen in a movie.
For sure.
So we're allowed to stay on. They're going to make and perform all the primary duties. However, we end up doing it because of the capabilities we have.
Shocker.
So we are doing everything, but we don't have the authority to do anything.
This is the most California thing you can come up with in a tactical shit show like this. This is right on par with anything out of California.
Oh, it gets better.
Oh,
so this guy, he's got multiple long guns, AKs, SKSs, the works. He's a convicted felon. He's got a few handguns. He is wearing a gas mask, a helmet, and a flak jacket and camo. And we are getting no intel because, again, our command post is corrupted by our administrators. So usually intel would be pushing out to us, "Hey, this is who he is. This is what we found on him," and giving us kind of setting a context for us of what we're dealing with. Because we come to find out he had done some time for drugs, explosives, weapons, all this other stuff. Got kicked out of the military like really early on, like super early on, for threats or something crazy.
okay.
White supremacist type of regalia in the place, which they didn't pass on. So in the process, we have exterior and interior drones. He is very tactically sound in the fact that he's low crawling from corner to corner, and he's staying in all the hard corners. He's got buckets, 5-gallon buckets filled up with water already, because he knows we're going to gas. Gas can turn into pyrotechnic gas, which can start fires, which is how we mitigated the one I was telling you about in Stan County. We burned down a fourplex. He shoots down 8 of our drones with open sights on rifle and pistol.
What?
Yes.
Oh yeah, not messing with this dude.
No, I mean, for essentially a crazy drug addict, he was dialed in that day. And
8 drones this dude shot out of the sky with iron sights.
Iron sights.
He sent his ass to the front lines of Ukraine. Spin them boys up.
And he's doing it from like unorthodox shooting positions.
Oh, he's probably on the ground, laying on his side, so he can't get clipped by you guys.
It's exactly what he was doing.
Yeah,
100%.
I'd be laying on the floor in there because he's got an upper advantage.
Yep.
Yeah, he's not standing.
No. And then the time he shot one of the interior drones, he was tucked into a closet because we were trying to breach the front door with our robot, which he had barricaded. And then we talked about, obviously, explosive breaching and explosives for lethality, and then pyrotechnic gas. So our hot gas, which is pyrotechnic, will start a fire. We usually contain it, but in lethal force applications, we can use it we can use hot gas for deadly force options.
Okay.
So all these things we're going through. A fire does start in his apartment. He puts it out with the water. There's fires all around the apartment from him shooting down these drones. So,
So you guys are sending drones into the house and he's just waiting for them and just shooting them out?
with a pistol. Yeah.
That's really impressive.
So he was shooting our larger drones, exterior drones out from tactically sound positions from deep inside, because we would get a location on him and then he would see it line of sight, boom, a couple shots. I think he hit one with one shot, but then the other ones were a couple shots, but he'd always end up taking them down.
Still.
So, I mean, like these, I'm not a drone guy, but these large, Mavics, whatever, massive drones, so they're starting these fires in the parking lot and all this other stuff. So,
because you put a battery through or a bullet through those batteries, they just light right up. So you got flaming drones just laying everywhere?
Yeah, little fires everywhere. We're going through gas like it's going out of style. When I say gas, like, CS and tear gas, all that stuff.
So this dude's been prepared.
Yeah, he's been, and I've noticed that with all these situations, that the three different situations I've been in that went sideways in civil evictions, there was always indications, and they were always prepared, and they were always well armed.
Interesting.
And they were always kind of like recluses, and their house was their last castle and dominion, and they just didn't want to give that up, and that's why it would always get to this point. But the writing was on the wall. So after he's shooting down the drones, the front door is barricaded. He starts shooting through the door. There's multiple engagements. So there was only in the 9 hours, I would say, I don't know. I know they had come up with a loose time, but I think overall the lull in gunfire, if you added it all up, was like roughly around an hour.
Out of 9?
Yeah. So there was always some type of burst or volley or exchange.
How many rounds did this dude have up there?
I don't know what the final count was. I know the FBI came in to process the scene, and there was so many rounds that they never got a final tally of expended of our cartridges from our rifles.
What a shit show. Can you imagine that apartment? I mean, it's not like this is cleared up the next day.
Oh no, it was like that.
Can you imagine investigating that, and there's just brass everywhere.
Yes.
The evidence.
And there's no way. So there was 18 shooters in this.
18 police officers,
yeah,
including him, or would there have been 19 total with him?
So 18 LE that shot
him,
and then obviously he was the one bad guy shooter.
No kidding.
And so during all of this, we're going through our normal checks and balances of this is how we start at this level, and then we just slowly ramp it up, and then obviously we get to certain points where we make decisions or pivot. Well, at a certain point, the undersheriff very quickly on gives us a kill order over the radio.
Is that normal?
No, I'd never heard it in 20 years.
What's a kill order?
He authorized us to kill him on sight when seen, whether he was a threat or not.
That's interesting.
So you have to have justification and probable cause to apply force.
But shooting an officer already, though, that's not enough?
Well, if he came out to the window and he was unarmed,
okay,
that's a kill order.
Oh, so no matter what, this dude's catching around.
Yep, no matter what.
That's interesting.
Yeah, very interesting, because now you're putting my 24 guys, you're putting something into their head that is completely counterintuitive to what they've been taught and what's legal and what's within policy, right? Because we have to justify why we used force.
Yeah, absolutely.
And when we say, well, we were ordered or directed to kill him, well, just because we were directed or ordered to doesn't mean we have to follow an unlawful order. We can, obviously our policy says we can not follow that order.
Yeah.
And if we do follow it and we can't justify it, now we are getting charged with murder.
For sure. And you're the first in a law enforcement PD. One thing I've learned since the start of this podcast, they're not backing you.
No.
And very few departments were going to have your back.
And they didn't throughout this whole thing.
Shocker.
So now I'm having to have face-to-face conversations with all of my guys and tell them, I want you to know that order that was just given was unlawful. You know, and you need to be able to articulate when you use force, which I've never had to do, right? because they're all squared away dudes. They know the difference between right and wrong and what they can and can't do. But now I have to rewire and reinstill and just confirm with them.
While in an active duty battle scene.
Correct. Which I shouldn't be having to go around and make sure that these guys are not going to follow an unlawful order.
So you're saying that if that dude gave up after 7, 8, 9 hours and just come walking out with his hands up, the guy, the admin running this wanted you just dump his ass right there on the spot.
Yeah, we actually it was actually referred to in our DA, our shooter, they call them shooter interviews, where the DA's office in our county would interview us as a shooter, that it was a kill order. He ordered us to kill him.
Was there any kickback on that throughout the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So you guys are in this. You give the kill order. I mean, how this dude would just stand up, put a burst out at you guys? And...
He would shoot from a concealed position. So usually the rifle would come up above the window seal, and he'd put out a few bursts, or it would come through the wall, or it'd come through the door. Because we had guys all around, and it's not that he knew where he was shooting all the time, but he was always making sure that he was shooting at some point or in some direction.
Got it.
And so then again, our undersheriff and another gentleman come up with this great idea that they're going to have Salinas Police Department deploy a smoke grenade. Hand deploy it, meaning they're going to have to expose themselves on foot, lob a smoke grenade in an upstairs window, because that will clog his gas mask. This is after about 3 hours of sustained gas, hot gas, CS gas.
Do you think smoke's going to make a difference?
Yes. This is what happens.
I mean, I could see like, hey, let's throw smoke in there so this dude can't see shit out.
Absolutely.
That makes sense. But
that's a tactic. We would use smoke as a tactic for a multitude of reasons. But
100%. But to clog a gas mask, that makes no sense. That's what the whole entire thing's created for.
Correct. And on top of that, to expose a whole team of operators to this guy who's been shooting in that direction. So at a minimum, you're going to take 6 to 8 guys between shields.
Oh.
And so now here I am.
These people are insane.
And I pull the Salinas team leader over, and I'm like, hey, bro, because I can hear what's going on with all the orders that are being given. I said, we can support the officer rescue, meaning I'm telling him right now, when your guys go down, we will support the rescue. But at the same time, I'm not going to expose my guys to this undue risk, and I'm not going to put them in danger. But if we can get to your guys when they go down, I'm not even telling him that, hey, if this happens, I'm telling him it's going to happen.
For sure.
And when it happens, I hope we can get them out.
Yeah. Good luck.
But I'm not. Yes, absolutely. Yep.
Good luck, boys.
And then 2 of their medics, SWAT medics, were embedded with us. And I had to have that real conversation with them. Like, hey, if we can get these guys back to our arm or our Bearcat, you'll work on them. But we're not going to go out there if we can't get them. That's a shitty call, dude. Having to make that.
For sure.
And having to tell all these guys and then hold these guys back if a massacre happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if I would have been strong enough or disciplined enough not to go rescue those guys.
Yeah. You could say it all day, but when you got bodies laying on the ground,
I know what I would have done.
Yeah.
100%. The good thing is, so there would have been about 50 yards that they would have had to traverse.
Oh, God.
Uncovered through a whole parking lot. Stand under a window and lob a canister in there. And then get back. Okay. So I would like to think that my conversation that I was having with all these people resonated with the team leader of the PD, and he told his boss no.
Oh.
So we didn't do it.
Okay.
So that was cool. That was a big win for me. During this time, we had to go off of comms because we couldn't even communicate because our undersheriff and other administrators were taking up our radio traffic, so we couldn't even.
I was gonna ask how the comm situation was at one point, but I didn't think it was important. Yeah, because I can imagine when people that have never been in a situation get put in a situation, they never shut up on the comm.
They don't.
So you end up having to switch to another channel and just let them blab the whole entire time. And then they're trying to get a hold of you.
Yep.
And then they start freaking out because nobody's responding. And then meanwhile, you and your boys are on a whole other freak talking and getting the mission done. Yeah, been there. That shit's. And then they're like, yo, you're not on the comms. And you're like, oh shit, forget to switch it back. Yeah, been there.
So we did face-to-face communication at this point.
Hand and arm signals.
Yep. Which was, I mean, we had Sierra teams, sniper teams, different areas. And early on from where I was at, I had identified a spot on this neighboring roof line where it would be a good vantage point for the 3-side window, which was a backside window that he was shooting out of as well. But I was told the FBI was going to take that spot.
How quick can the FBI show up? Is that a normal thing?
No.
Okay.
And I should have realized when I was told the FBI was going to take that spot. Nothing. I have a lot of buddies that are in FBI, but it's hard for them to put a plan and be that responsive to a rapidly evolving event.
I was about
That's
to say,
not what
that's
they
not
typically-
what they're known
no.
for. That's
It's
what you guys
what the
known
locals are for. Yeah. And I'm not taking anything against them, but
No, that's not the FBI's job.
but it's not their job. But I was told this is going to be filled. Okay,
Cool.
I got to take that for what it is. Well, our big EOD robot gets disabled at the door. Now he shoots the shit out of that thing. I mean, massive robot just done at the door. So now that thing's out of play. So now any explosives or anything we were going to now rig up, that's done. And
It's not like you got an extra one of those $100,000 robots sitting around.
no.
You just lace this thing up.
And it weighs,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how many hundreds of pounds it weighs, but it is heavy. A guy's not moving that.
It's not like you're dragging it back.
Nope. It's staying there for the duration.
Yep.
Which was cool because now he's not going to open that door because you ain't getting past this robot. But and this robot had been shot up prior. It got shot up in the incident where I was holding the shield.
Yeah.
So this poor robot's been through hell and back. It's done. And during the time we went off comms, I find out after the fact that I was being ordered back off the incident, back to the command post to be relieved of my duties by the undersheriff.
In the middle of this 8-hour firefight, you're getting relieved?
Yeah. I wasn't, unbeknownst to me, because I was off comms at this point. I was just doing all my communication through cell phone or verbal, face-to-face. Well, apparently he's hot at the command post. I mean, ranting and raving. He's going to have my ass. And
That's his concern.
Yep, it's me.
He's got an officer on the way to the hospital.
Who's in
very critical condition. You got a shit show. Guys shooting thousands around. And this dude's worried about you.
Me.
Okay.
And what he's going to do to me.
Okay.
When all is said and done.
Priorities. Okay.
Yep. And now we're well into this at this point. I mean, probably 5-6 hours into this. And I look on that roof. Now the sun's starting to go down. This happened at about 7, 8 in the morning is when it kicked off. So now we're getting towards the afternoon, evening. Sun's starting to set. Not set, but it's starting to go down. And I can see that roof line silhouetting, and there ain't nobody on it. The one I had identified hours ago that FBI was supposed to occupy.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I get back on. I finally get on comms again, and I'm like, hey, confirming FBI's on this rooftop. Crickets. Never find out other than me visually seeing that there's nobody up there. So I grab one of our lead snipers, our sniper team leader, and since I don't have comms, I now have to go to him, break what I'm doing, and my partner's an awesome dude, so the other team leader takes over my position. I go around and out of the scene and go grab this guy off of a roof, and I say, hey, this is where we're going to go. And I can't really show him or direct him because I have only seen it, and I can't convey that over the radio. So now I'm going into a position where I would normally, this isn't, again, not my role. I'm not going to go up on the rooftop with a sniper. His partner's going to be up there with him, the scout. Long story short, we get up on the roof. As we're getting up on the roof, so when we lasered it. It was 88 yards. The window that he ends up shooting bad guy through is direct line of sight to this roof line. And our helmets were OD green, and I got a big head. So I'm like, we're on the backside of it. We came up from the backside, so we're not exposed at this point. We're not
Are you
yet.
skyline though when you?
Not yet.
Okay.
But it's a high pitch, so we're gonna have to expose ourselves. But so I pop off my lid. I convinced my partner to.
You do one of those on a stick thing.
We should have. We should have. It would have taken a lot of the pucker factor and messy shorts out of the equation, because I take the helmet off. I tell them we're going to peek this roof line. Before I say we're going to peek this roof line, I say, hey, don't put any drones up in the air, because anytime this guy would see a drone, he would shoot.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Can you see it yet? Nope. Can you see it yet? Well, then I put my big nugget up there. He puts his big nugget up there. Whack! Round. Right between us. Felt like it ripped my face off.
He knew?
I look at my buddy, Jason.
Tell me there's a drone in between you and him.
Yep. These fucking assholes.
As you're peeking over.
The one place I told them not to put a drone, they put a drone in between him and us, in line of sight, perfect trajectory. We're downrange from the drone. He rips around, and I could have swore it took off the left side of my face because it went in between us.
Yeah.
And we look at each other and we're like, what? Like, what just happened? Like, how did he see us? There's no way he saw us. We didn't know about the drone. We didn't know about it.
Yeah.
And so he's like, now what? I'm like, well, we're gonna move positions and about to put this thing to bed, right? Like, fuck this. Again, I'm getting shot at again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I'm like, dude, this is crazy. So we moved down about 30 yards down the roof line. Like, all right, we'll try it again. You know, we peek our head, no gunshot. Okay, cool. So we're like checking it out. And he's like, hey, I think I got him. Well, I can see just a silhouette. It's dark in there.
Do your snipers have thermals, or are they running just regular?
They do. We do have thermals. They didn't need them at this point.
Okay.
So he's on glass, obviously 308.
Yeah.
And he's like, man, I think I got him. He's like, you know, he's describing what he's seeing. And I go, dude, I would imagine that's his head. So he's on the other side of a couch. So windows blown out, couch, bad guy's behind it. Bad guy is on his knees, clearing a malfunction or reloading at this point.
Okay.
He's got his helmet. His helmet is popping just above the couch as he's trying to work and manipulate this rifle. And he goes, I think he's messing with his rifle. And I think, you know, once he gets it going again, he's going to come back up. And I go, man, if he comes back up, we're done if we're still here. So he gets it all figured out in his head, figures out his dope. And I go, well, you know what to do. Like, just obviously, if you see his head below the couch, you know how you're going to have to figure out the drop on that. And I think they had at that point AP rounds.
Okay.
And so which they use for like barricade penetrator rounds. And so he sends it, and you see the back of him just, and they send a drone in. Yep, good hit. And he smoked him just above the left ear through the couch.
Really?
Yep. So
damn,
about 6 inches offset from top of the couch, hits him just above the left ear, splits his helmet that he was wearing, and, you know, canoes him. And so they confirm he's down, no movement with the drone. They let him marinate for a little bit to see, obviously, if there's any sign of life. No sign of life. Obviously, devastating.
Marinating away as bleed out, so we don't have to save this asshole for shooting one of our
well,
buddies.
once they saw the damage, because it canoed him.
Yeah.
So once they saw the canoe, when they were able to get a different vantage point with the drone, they send in Selena's PD team, and they confirm it. And this is pretty entertaining. So it's me and him up on this rooftop. We're having a moment after this, and there's a drug rehabilitation house down on the road. And there's probably 100 like people that are trying to get well, you know what I mean? and not typically fans of ours.
Yeah.
And we stand up and they are like, yeah, whistling, clapping. And I look at them, I'm like, can you believe this? And they, dude, standing ovation, bro.
Of course.
They're like, thank God this is done. Because they've been dealing with this for 8 hours too.
Nobody could go home or nobody could go back to
and
their
bullets were hitting
apartments.
off their everything. And so, yeah, that was probably one of the funnier moments. But in that whole thing, you know, I got banged up. I fell off a ladder. We had those extended ladders. And of course, I didn't lock out.
They collapsed.
You know, and my
All
back
your
was,
gear
all
on.
my gear. Probably pushing 3 bills
Yeah.
on my head. Yeah, I already had back issues, knees, shoulders. So I'm like, I'm just in a world of hurt. So all that, we get all cleaned up.
That sucks.
It's a mess. We get back to the station and we're in our briefing room and all of our guys are there and guys are just decompressing, man. We're laughing about just all the dumb shit that happened. All this, the undersheriff walks in. What the fuck are you guys talking about? What's so funny? Just berating us, dude. Up and down. Finally, I turned to him. I said, sir, I don't think your presence is needed. If you're not a shooter, you can go home. He flipped his shit.
I bet you I felt good saying
It
that.
did.
Though.
Like, and I was so over it at that
Yeah.
point. You know what I mean? Like, I was exhausted. I just found out my buddy had survived. So at that point, I didn't care about much other than taking care of my guys. They don't need to listen to this. We all go home. Nobody is offered. So they do our photos. They photograph us, do our round counts. We get home, you know, I don't know what time I walked in the door, 3, 4 in the morning, you know, and just beat. The next day, nobody calls us from the admin. Nobody offers anything.
What?
I'm checking in with all my guys, and they're just like, hey, what do we do? What's going to go on? What's happening? All this. I'm like, I don't know, man. I haven't heard anything. Like some lower administrative guys reach out, which were good dudes. And I expected that. As the weeks progressed.
Weeks?
Yeah.
Nothing?
Nothing.
You get an 8-hour firefight, and you don't ever hear anything about this afterward?
No.
No debriefs?
No.
Pros, cons?
We never had an after action report. First time in the over 10 years I was there where we didn't do an AAR after an incident.
Why?
Good question. Probably
That big of an incident?
Probably because things were done and said.
Oh, and everything's recorded too, huh? So if they do an after action, then everything's presented and then they can go back through and see all the flaws where the command failed.
Well, now it's subject to public information request. So somebody can subpoena that. Now they can see all the things that were said, all the things that were done, how terribly they failed in that incident.
Holy shit.
Oh, so we finally take it upon ourselves to secure counselor. Some guys are like having some difficulty.
You guys had to reach out to your own counselors?
Yeah.
This is why so many cops are killing themselves. This is you. After all this, you had to go and seek your own counselors. How many guys reached out?
There was so there was guys that didn't shoot that had that, like, to my point, that failure mentality, that imposter.
Okay.
Because they felt like they didn't do their part.
Yeah.
Even though they were doing everything they were tasked to do, whether they were a gas guy, a less lethal guy, they had their role and they were fulfilling that. But since guys were getting shot at and they weren't able to return fire because they weren't on that platform, so they needed to get that out. So there was about 20 guys that needed to talk to somebody. On top of that, my buddy had to pay for his own counseling the whole time.
The one that got shot?
Yep.
Bro, hold on a second. We need to get him on the podcast. This dude gets shot and ends up having to shot on the line of duty and ends up having to pay for his own.
And he has an EOD canine dog. They take his dog from him while he's off. Take it from him. His dog. You obviously know how important a dog is, especially a service dog. They come to his house and take his dog.
After he got shot?
Yes. While he's recovering.
Is this dog being used without him?
I don't know what happened at this point, but there was no one to use his dog when they took it from him because he was the only EOD canine trained and certified.
Oh yeah, there's nobody else. Oh, it's an EOD trained dog.
It's an
not
EO
a bite dog.
Nope, it's an EOD specific.
Nobody's using that.
No. So what?
He
Why?
had to pay for his own counseling.
Yes.
Dude, every time I talk to a cop, there's something else that just whenever I think I've heard it all inside the law enforcement community, then there's
Something like this.
okay. Now I know it's just endless.
It is, and there's probably one worse than this.
I don't understand when people make these decisions where that makes sense. Where they're like, oh yeah, and then he had to pay for his own counseling.
Yeah.
This is why when
He had to
people are
secure it and pay for it. So seek it out and pay for it.
like, what a shit show.
Oh yeah. Our guys got so poorly treated throughout that and after that our 24-man SWAT team ended up being disbanded.
Just because how many guys left, or because of the command?
No, because of how many guys left.
This doesn't raise red flags with like the state or the feds or anything like this.
Or the county
The county
supervisors,
the elected officials.
all of it. Our SWAT team handled all of the small municipalities warrant service. So now the largest SWAT team in the county
Gone.
is offline, gone. They disbanded my whole unit because my unit was involved in this. They hated me. They despised me. They disband that unit. Oh shoot, what else? As in part of the aftermath of all this, I want to say at least a dozen plus guys left the department, either medically retired or lateraled, left the department. And I know 4 guys. Yeah, sorry. I know 4 guys that have found their faith after this, including my buddy who got shot and the guy that ended the threat.
No kidding.
Just godly dudes now. All because of this incident.
Did that help you at this point? Was that okay? So not. Is there any more of this scenario? I mean,
No.
I'm sure we could do a whole.
Yeah, we could
episode.
do. I mean, I could go into all the things,
I
but
think we're pushing like 4 hours right now. Yeah, 3.5 hours. I want to get to this faith part now,
Okay.
since it's been this whole episode. I want to cover these. So let's jump into this because I know you got probably some stuff to get to today. So this all goes down. Obviously, your department. Damn, dude, I got to do a whole episode on just that.
so Jesse, the guy that got shot, he's an awesome dude.
I would love to have that conversation.
And even
with you.
Jason, the guy that took the final shot, another solid dude. Like there's definitely some other content, probably that's your decision, but some cool stories in this whole thing.
So this all goes down to did this spark anything in your faith at this point or no? Are you seeking? Is there a seed planted? You have the mustard seed yet?
So I made the promise to him,
Yep.
but this was
Fall
the
through.
lid that blew off my everything that had been sitting in me for 20 years came out that in the days after.
How?
It was the tipping point. It was the straw.
In a good way or bad way?
Bad.
How?
PTS. I had seen and been a part of so much death. We didn't even get into it, but I was on scene for 3 cops that got killed in line of duty.
Oh my God, man. We haven't even scratched the iceberg with you. How? When was... You were on scene when 3 cops got shot?
At different times in my career.
3
3 separate.
You were on 3 different scenes of 3 officer-involved shootings?
Our officers were killed.
Killed? Did your department ever offer help or anything from those?
No.
You watched 3 different cops die in 3 different scenarios, and no, your department never did anything to help you.
Yeah.
Oh, why would anybody want to be a cop? I don't. This is I. How and then they expect you guys to just bottle the shit and then to wear it every day, and then to go home and not beat your wives, not find an alcohol, not chase women, not get into gambling. But meanwhile, you're just supposed to be this stand-up guy that's protecting and serving, but dealing with trauma, dead kids, dead officers, everything else that goes on day to day, and you just have to figure it out.
Yeah. So, like, at this point, it's safe to say, like, I was broken, man.
At the least, that you're even still here.
Yeah.
How many other guys? I'm sorry, bro. I feel horrible for you.
You know,
it was all a blessing, and,
yeah.
and you had to walk those trenches in these dark times to do what you're doing now.
Like I appreciate the love, but I wouldn't change it, man.
Absolutely not. But look how close you probably could have been to being a statistic.
Oh, I was there. I flirted with it.
How are you functioning at this point? Not up to this point. I mean, how are you going through your day to day?
The mask,
carrying all this.
The mask and alcohol.
You're still married to your original wife?
Yeah.
I'd like to meet her.
She's the reason I'm here, man. She's my greatest blessing. I love that woman more than life itself. She's so strong. She's stronger than I'll ever be.
To put up with all this shit and your shit all those years?
Yeah, I put her through hell, man. I put her through hell.
Good for you guys, man.
It's, you know,
blessing.
When two people are committed to not giving up on each other, and she always knew who I was, and the guy that married her
behind the mask.
Yeah. She always
But unfortunately for her, she had to deal with that for all those years.
Yeah, for a long time, man. Very long time. And, sorry.
You're good, dude.
But yeah, I'd love to introduce you to her. She is an amazing woman, man. She's a godly woman.
We don't deserve them, huh?
Nope.
The ones that try to stick it out with us.
Yeah.
My wife says it. She's like, there's a demographic of men that just, they're the hardest to love, but they need the most. And
yeah.
You and I are in that category.
100%.
We're not easy, but man, we make up for it everywhere else with all the bullshit we bring.
Yeah. And there's something about going through so much with somebody, and when they're there at your side, dude,
through it all.
Fuck, man. They're like, when that's your ride or die, it's gangster, dude. It's straight gangster. Like she's my Bonnie. You know what I mean?
And you have that moment where you just know.
Oh, I knew all along. I just was never able to pour into her because from the rip, I didn't have the empathy, and I didn't know how to love her the way she needed to be loved because I was already wearing a mask. She knew it. She saw it in moments, but she never got it consistently. So I would run away from the hard conversations. I would avoid them, just thinking they'd be okay.
They'll fix themselves.
Yeah.
Never do.
No.
They
just get worse. And it's like the slow leak in your kitchen, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's like the leak. I was telling a buddy, I said, it's like that damn refrigerator line that starts leaking. And for weeks you don't know about it. And then you like go on vacation, you come back and your whole floor is
soaked.
rotted.
Yeah.
That's what it's like. You're slowly rotting and you don't know it. And then all of a sudden one day you're
Fall
like,
through.
it just all fell apart. And I'm like, how'd that happen? Well, the slow leak happened year after year. But yeah, she raised our kids. She was the rock that kept us together. She was always a faithful woman, and a godly woman. And, it's cool to experience something in a selfish way that some guys will never, ever get to experience. And that is like a love. It's an agape love. Oof,
I know.
I see it. I know, and, man, I'm so proud of that. I'm so damn proud of that. And it gives me joy and peace knowing that I get to serve her for the rest of my life.
Yup. I'm in that phase now.
And now our kids get to see what a godly marriage is supposed to look like.
How it feels.
Yeah.
The love. The affection.
Yeah. That this is our home's a safe place.
My parents love each other.
Yeah.
There's no greater gift.
No. And now my daughter gets to see how a man should treat her, how it feels to be treated that way.
True love, man.
100%. My son now knows how he should treat his wife. Life's not perfect, and there's no such thing as a perfect marriage. People will say, "Oh, we have no issues." Well, then someone's not telling the truth. Right? Let's be real.
Yeah, get out of here with that shit.
Yeah,
this conversation's done.
I got the perfect marriage. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Come on now. And that's what this is about, is like being real. Like, hey, I don't always get it right. But I know when I'm doing wrong now because I'm aware of it. God lets me know. And I no longer am just this selfish dude running around worried about me and what I can do and what I can get out of it. And it's a different type of connection. Like, I'm the same way. Like, if a guy like has a sharp tongue with his wife, disrespectful, no guy is allowed to come in and disparage his wife in the forge. Not.
Shouldn't ever.
We're going to have solutions. Okay. We all have problems. I get that. We're not here to talk about all the problems. We're here to talk about where we fall short.
Yeah.
I'm not here to fix your wife. You're not here to fix your wife. You're here to fix you. And that's what I tell them. Once you figure out that guy in the mirror is the one that's the common denominator, and you die to yourself finally,
sit back and watch.
You know what I'm saying? Like, truly die to yourself. And I have to do it every day because I'm a prideful person, right? We all are as men. We're alphas. We're A-type. We're highly motivated, highly driven. We don't fail. So the pride is always going to creep in. But what
were you saying before then? Are you ready?
Yes.
Okay. What were you saying when we broke? Sorry, did I just interrupt you?
Yep.
I did interrupt you? Sorry.
Oh, no.
What were you saying?
Which part? You want me to go into what we were saying before break?
Yeah.
Okay. So God has taught me, which is difficult for me because I want to fix things, but he has taught me to listen to hear rather than listen to respond.
Explain that.
So in my prideful nature, I would say men in general, for the most part, are fixers. So when their wife and them are having a conversation and she might have something she's working through, we immediately want to jump in and interject and fix it for them. Does that make sense?
Absolutely.
So that might not be what she wants. She might just want an ear to listen to. So instead of trying to fix her problems, the most important thing you're doing is what you're doing in the moment. I never looked at life like that.
Mm-hmm.
I always wanted to get to my destination as fast as I could so I can get to the next destination.
Mm-hmm.
I missed so much in those sprints from destination to destination. I missed things with my kids.
Yep.
Anniversaries, birthdays, all these special moments.
Just moments.
And now God has reset my switch. He didn't turn me into a dial because I'm not a dial. He reset my switch, and he now allows me to turn on what I need to turn on for and turn off what is no longer important.
Just put in the dimmer switch. Okay. still a switch. Just, but it's not quite a dial, so we get a little bit of playroom in there.
And so now the most important thing I'm doing is whatever I'm doing in the moment.
Yeah.
And I enjoy it, and I'm intentional in that moment, and I'm purposeful in that moment, and I take it all in. And so now when we have these conversations, do I still fall back to my devices and who David is and want to fix everything? Absolutely. But now I can check myself in those instances when I want to respond and just fix it. And I can, ask her, hey, is this something you need help with? Or is this something you just need me to listen to?
That's been a big thing here in this house, especially teenage girls.
Yeah, I have one.
As a dad, at least for me, I want to react.
Yes.
Dad, hey, this happened. What happened? Where? Right?
Yep.
With a lot of chipping and a lot of pushing. Now it's, do you want my opinion or you want me to listen? Because there's times now she'll walk in, Dad, I need your advice. All right, let's go. You're gonna get it.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, okay, can you just hear me out? Can you just hear me out? I'm like,
totally.
and then I'm sitting there like, oh my God, like we're making this many mistakes and we can fix this. And but this is the phase for me where she has to start learning too. But I'm with you, man. Because before it was I would react to everything. I was reactionary to everything. What's how we got to do it? We got to get it done this way. No, this is wrong because I know. I don't fucking know shit. I don't know anything.
But the cool part about that, and what I've noticed too, is where I was always going wrong is putting these unknown expectations on her, which would lead to premeditated resentment on my part.
Because you already have the outcome planned in your head. It's going to be done at this time, this way, and then it doesn't happen.
Yep.
Why isn't this? Why?
And then I should expect her to know all this, right? Even though I haven't told her.
Yeah.
She should just know. Well, that's stupid. So now I give everything to him. And that might sound funny or odd to people, but he has never let me down. So when I come in and maybe I've worked all day and something, I'm at my tipping point, my bandwidth is completely used up. And there's a little thing that would set me off. Something stupid that shouldn't even set me off. Maybe there's a dish in the sink that is not mine. And instead of going, whose dish? Why isn't this clean? Making a big stink. God put me here to clean this. I need to clean it. I don't need to talk about it.
I'm standing right here at this moment for a reason.
Because I've trusted him throughout my whole life on these other moments, and he's put me in these other moments, and I haven't questioned it. So I'm standing here to do this, or to clean this, or to take care of this. Not to make her feel bad or shame her, or to say, why didn't you do this? Just do it. And guess what? She's going to feel that because you're not leaving it there, saying something, making a little cynical, smart-ass comment, which she feels.
Absolutely. And
the kids see, and everybody feels that tension, and you think it's funny.
Sets the whole house.
But
tempo of the whole house.
Yeah, but you think, oh, it's just a little like, I just got a little dig in and whatever, and I'm just being that's just who I am. That's just Dave. That's just Dave.
Oh, it's just Dad.
Yep.
I feel you.
And
damn, you and I are just. You're over there like, Look at her. She's like,
but all that to say about being equally yoked and the way it's hard for me now when I'm connecting with a dude, to your point, when I see them act a certain way, talk a certain way.
Shit that we used to do.
Yep.
Shit, how I used to act, how I would look and watch, and
Yep.
now I see it, I'm like, ugh.
Yeah. And then it's just hard for me to even, at that point, it's hard for me to even be around that dude like it is. And I'm not judging. Like,
No.
I want him to be who I have found myself to be.
Absolutely.
Like, I want that for every dude I come in contact with, because I want to brag. Dude, I want to brag on him.
Life's
Dude.
great.
Yeah. Like, just start walking.
Mm-hmm.
Just take one step. And next thing you know, you're going to be down the road and things are going to look different. You're going to feel different. There's going to be a peace and joy about you that nothing else in the world has ever given you. No substance. No material thing. Everything that we've chased, that I've chased, can't even compare to the peace and joy and happiness I get through my relationship with the Lord and what He has done in my life.
Joy and peace is something that I didn't even know I missed in my life.
I didn't even know what it was.
Okay, yeah, that's the other way of putting it. I didn't either.
And it's the coolest thing.
I would, my wife was just like, why are you not happy? You look what we have. Look what we have. She's like, why are you not happy? And I couldn't put a button. I couldn't touch it.
Because you didn't know what you were missing. And here you're probably now, like for me, I sit back and I reflect and I'm like, I had everything I'd ever prayed for. And yet I'm still unhappy. And now that I have Him, I'm like,
Everything switches.
totally different, man. It's just, it's a feeling I wish I could just let everybody feel and experience.
I wish I could just walk around. And
Yes,
beep,
touch
beep,
people.
Beep, 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 beep. You get some joy.
You get some
peace.
joy.
You're like the
There's
Oprah.
some happiness. Yeah, yeah.
You get a
I mean,
car. I
just
wish that's
think.
how it was, man. And I have my moments, dude. Like we were just talking at the very beginning of this 4 hours ago. If people are still listening, but they do. But that's where I was, man. Then that's why when I have like this flare, it's like, why? We're cruising.
Because that's who we are, though. You know what I mean? We're fleshly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, from going all the way back to Adam and Eve. I mean, they had the whole garden. Devil says, you
fucked
can't
it up.
eat this one piece of fruit.
One thing.
You got all this other stuff. That's us, though, right? We all want the one thing we don't have.
Yep.
And then when we get it, what happens?
Nothing.
Nothing. Empty.
I talked to my buddy. A buddy actually, well, I don't know if you know Dan Bilzerian. He's out of Vegas. He's actually.
I don't know him personally,
He's
but
running for Congress in Florida.
yeah.
Real good buddy of mine. We've known each other a long time.
I used to watch a lot of his content back in the day.
Yeah, for sure. He's completely changed his life now.
He has.
We were talking. I was actually there fighting in a tournament and in Vegas. And what are you doing? He's like, roll through. Fights are on. And I thought he's having a big party. It's just him and I. And we sat on his couch and we're bullshitting. And it gets brought up about, and it's like, dude, you got everything, man. And he's like, doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, explain that to me. And he went on this whole entire thing. He's like, bro, I have it all. And he's like, I'm not happy. He's like, dude, and he explains it to me. He goes, dude, when I was young, didn't have money, straight out of the Navy. He's like, I wanted this Corvette so bad. And he's like, I did everything I could, and I bought the Corvette, and it was cool. And he's like, now I want that Lambo. Now I want that yacht. Now, and he's like, it's just always materialistic. He's like, dude, money means nothing. He's like, it's the root of all evil. And he's like, but I chased and chased and chased, and I was never satisfied. Always for the next, and it's just. But we live in this world where everything revolves around a dollar, and people sacrifice their whole entire life and all their time for it, and then they never find peace with it. They never find joy with it.
Think about, too, like I did the same thing with success in my career. I would get to this position, promote to this.
Not good enough.
Not good enough. I need more. I need more. I need more. Dude, I'm so content now. Like, I'm a nobody, dude, and I got so much peace. You know what I mean? Like, I walk around with a smile on my face all the time, dude. Like, life is good. God is good. Like, He allows me to be the vessel. Like, this is an honor, you know?
The fact we get to see her have this conversation,
Oh.
and cry and laugh, and
This is what life's about, man. This
it really
is.
is. This is what true living is.
It is. Simple.
This is true living. Just
simple, man.
I don't know why I fought it for so many years. I still have my moments, but I look back and I'd look at all these guys and be like, why? Why? This dude's coked out of his mind. This dude's banging. He's on his 100th hooker that I know of. The biggest piece of shit human beings. They're all just why? They don't have peace and joy.
No.
That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, because we're looking at it through different eyes at that point, right?
100%.
The worldly things.
Dude's got my dream truck. He's got boats. He's got, like, why me? Why can't I have this guy? No way. I'd be a piece of shit if all that was given to me.
Yeah.
I'd be this egotistical, I wouldn't have any of this.
Rotten. Yeah.
To the core, man.
Yeah, man. 16 years. And it feels like yesterday. I mean, I'm more in love with her now than I've ever been.
My wife and I are about to hit the 18-year mark, and this is the strongest we have ever been. I can't keep my hands off of her.
Right.
I mean, we were like high schoolers.
Yeah.
But you know what I contribute a lot to is I've written my going back into lust and chasing, right?
Yeah.
Maybe alcohol, drug, whatever it may be. I was always giving a chunk of me to all the other attention. I was always nurturing, always had shit, always chasing something else. I never put all of my energy and looked at my wife and be like, you're getting everything. And then it just starts building. And then the true friendship, not husband and wife, true friendship. My wife is my best friend. And it sucks when we fight because I got nobody to fucking go to. I got boys and shit, but like,
no, it ain't the same.
they're going through theirs. Yeah. I'm just at the stage of my life where I'm gonna be like, I'm fighting with my wife.
Yeah, I'm waiting for my best friend to come back and talk to me.
Yeah, dude. Like, so it's like we get a huge fight. I'm like, where am I gonna go? Like, who am I gonna talk to? Yeah, now, dude. After all these years, and
that's why I would avoid those hard conversations. Is because I didn't ever want to argue or have this negative conversation with my best friend.
Yeah,
I just would like. It scared me. Like I was like, always like,
we have the it does not matter. We have that conversation in this house, and that's helped a lot because you lay it out there, and you don't have that little bit of cancer in you that just starts to fester because they keep doing something, or they're not doing something, or you expect them to do it, or you want them at trying that, but instead, you might plant seeds, you might throw little hints or whatever. That was one of the things, and I'll put it out there. I don't care. My wife talks about it, but like we were both out of shape and we put on some pounds. I was like, hey, I want you to start moving your body with me. I need you to move your body. I just want you to move your body. And then finally I was like, yo, you got a big back now. Like we've put on some size. And she was like, mortified. And I was like, I've tried. I've tried. Like, hey, can you just go for a walk with me? Now I'm like, yeah, listen, we need to, so, but she got on this whole health kick. I went into a 12-day, we actually did a 10-day fast together last year, and changed her whole entire thing. She's kept it up. We're good now. But we were talking about it last time. The only reason I bring this up for everybody listening, I'm not hating on my wife, but she was like, oh my God, like, I thought you looked good at this. She's like, you would have showed me you at this stage. She's like, you were everything to me. And I was like, look at you at this phase. She's like, I'll never go back. But she's like, why didn't you tell me? I was like, how many hints do I got to tell you? Until that we just finally, we came to the point in our relationship. We're like, listen, we're just airing it all out.
Yeah.
There's no, hey, I got, this has been bothering. No, there's no, this has been. Why is not addressed then and now? And that's one of those things that's helped our relationship a lot is just put it out there.
That's the truth with love, right?
And if you have true love and a true relationship and friendship, you should be able to talk about everything.
Yes.
If they're offended by it, okay, cool, let's work through it. But it's got to be out in the open.
Yep.
What are you doing now with this in the gym? You got Forge Fitness Idaho.
Yes, sir. So
you've done a lot since getting out and transitioning and doing this. So what do we got going on? How are you helping out now with the community?
Yeah. So in that transition, I hit a dark point, one of my lowest points, and I was reaching for everything to fill that void. Nothing was filling it. And I got introduced to the church we attend now, Day Spring and Star, and started realizing I was missing something, and I wanted more of it. And I knew that God had called me for a higher purpose, and I didn't know what that was yet. And I started becoming more obedient and surrendering to Him. My wife and I had a conversation that really allowed me to start holding a mirror up to myself. Before I lived in a house full of windows where I would just look out and point at everybody and everybody
Yep.
else was the problem. And then that accountability mirror came up, and that was a hard thing. But it allowed me to really seek him. And February 23rd of last year, I got baptized.
Good for you.
Thank you. And it was definitely a moment I will never forget. We didn't talk about this, but when I was a kid, I almost drowned in a river. And God got me out of that, and I didn't know how to explain that. And when I came out of the water that day, it was the exact same feeling and way I came out of the river. I had realized he had saved me then.
Saving you now.
And he's saving me now. And from that day on, I have been on fire for the Lord. And I asked him early on to just bring me one man to help. Just one. And he has brought me so many dudes. So many dudes. And he has allowed me to pour into them and support them and help them and share who he is with them. And last October, my wife and I, she's always been the vessel because I'm thick-headed. She tells me, I think you need to, Lord put on my heart, I think you need to start a faith-based men's gym. And right when she said that, this feeling that I was engulfed with of the Spirit just came over me. And as the days and weeks and months after that, the Lord has just blessed us abundantly. And I'm proud to say that tomorrow we get to show the little community of Star in the Treasure Valley what the Lord has done at Forge Fitness. And the Lord created a safe place for men to be vulnerable and heal, find themselves, establish a relationship with him, build a relationship, strengthen it, but be surrounded with a group and a small community now of men who are like-minded, rooted in the Word, and serve God.
I love that.
They are men of faith. They are husbands. They are fathers. They are grandfathers, and everything in between, from late 20s, early 30s to mid 70s. And it has been the coolest experience to be able to serve and provide a safe platform for men to be themselves. And my goal for every single one of them, and my prayer for all the guys that step foot in the Forge, is that they're able to take the mask off when they come in, and someday it stays in there.
I love that.
And I know it'll have to get put on from time to time when they leave.
That's life.
That's life. But if I could have the Lord's favor and a prayer that would allow them to leave that mask in there forever, that would be my prayer.
You're a good dude.
Thanks, man.
You're a solid ass dude.
Thanks.
World needs more of you. I don't say that very often.
No,
I don't think I've ever even noticed. There's been a few. We've had really good guests, but you're a solid ass dude.
he means it too. I can definitely tell.
Yeah, 100%.
I can tell, and it means a lot, man. It means a lot.
I'm glad we've had this conversation. Got to get, dude. People have no idea this is the first time we've ever met.
I know. This is
Wild
what do you say,
chaos.
God shit.
This is God shit.
He works in pretty cool ways, man. And he knew that our paths would cross someday.
Oh,
and
he
was just waiting for that opportunity where both of us were at a time where we could receive each other. You know what I mean? Because you put us together, 10 years prior, and we're probably talking shit to each other and fighting and just being assholes. Because I was really good at being an asshole.
Yep.
But it's different now, right? So yeah, man, we're in the Word there. The gym is the tool, ministry is the mission.
I love that.
And we're there off our 3 pillars, which are faith, family, and fitness, in that divine order. And we do everything from a weekly covenant, because I think men all need purpose. And so if we do something short, nothing wrong with challenges. I was always big into short-term things, but I've realized the older I get, and there's a need for a permanent change. So if I can implement a system at the Lord's direction, where we stay focused on Him week after week, and we're challenging each other, and we're breathing life into each other, that's going to transfer into our marriages and into our homes.
100%.
And we are going to be the example, and we're going to walk it, and we're going to lead from the front. And we try and be a little bit better every day. Not perfect, just better.
That's it. A little bit, little bites.
A little bit, man. Men need to be held accountable. Men need structure and need discipline.
Yep.
Men need to lead their families. Once that starts happening, this world's going to be a different place.
I need to bring it back.
Yep. And we don't need more of me. We need more of God.
100%. I love that.
Because there's plenty of me's. Shoot, I'm talking to one. Just a dude, right?
Just
but
a dude.
You put a whole lot more God in you, and damn, watch out. Because now you're a force to be reckoned with. And the enemy knows that. And then now all the guys that you surround yourself with and that you pour into in this platform becomes ministry. And the trajectory of guys' lives that will forever be changed. The generational curses that will forever be broken. In the family lineage
that you get to build.
That each and every one of the men that you serve and get to introduce to God will get to have that impact on their family. You know, one thing that is very important to me is my legacy was introducing my children to Jesus Christ. Because that's permanent and it's forever.
It's the only thing you could bring with you to heaven.
Absolutely. Amen.
I hate when people say, can't take it with you. Bullshit.
Watch me.
You lead your home, and guess what?
Watch me. I know where my kids are going to be.
Yup.
I know where my wife's going to be.
Yup.
I know where my parents are going to be, and only God was able to do that. You know, I'm so proud of my parents, and I'm so proud of my dad. I never got to spend, not that church is the end all be all, but I never saw him in church until recently. And that dude is a warrior for Christ. And just all the men there, man. It's just so proud, dude.
I love it, dude.
It's the coolest thing. It's a cool thing. So yeah, the books that we hand out, you know.
Yeah, what do you this is what men get when they come to the gym?
That's a part of things, yeah. That's it's whatever the Lord really puts on my heart to give them.
Okay.
So
is this for me?
yeah, that's for you. And so whatever you're going through in life,
Thank you, dude.
it's got a little table of contents in the beginning: anxiety, depression, fear, resentment, anger, and it's got scripture related to that. Because
I'm over here convicted as hell. She keeps every time you say something, she's like around the computer, like, yep.
So we real quick, I'll deviate. So when we're in a moment, like especially church, we call it a shovel or a rake moment. So like if the message is getting delivered and it's pointed towards me, like that's a rake moment. You know what I mean?
Okay,
like
yeah.
you know, and the joke
where you're sitting there sweating in service, you're like,
and
when you look at your wife, like, did you let him know I was
Yeah.
coming?
and then if the wife, like it's between, you know, her and I joke around about it, and then, you know, like if maybe it's for her, I'm like, here's your shovel.
Here's your shovel full. It's not on
just
right now.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, the spotlight one where you're just sweating, sitting there like,
Oh,
oh
my
man. Even though you're all the way across the opposite side of that pastor, just
Dude.
finds you every time. You're like, oh my God.
So I just try and give them little tools, man. You know, the action Bibles, you know, all the literature. It's just about learning about him and having a relationship with him. I think we were talking about it. I'm not some biblical scholar. You're not going to hear me, you know, someday I would hope to be able to quote scripture and learn more and be able to reference it. But right now, all I can do is share my story and what he's done.
That's all we need to do, though, right?
Yeah.
It'll come.
Yeah.
But I feel a lot of times that's where I don't know if it's not ashamed. Maybe it's embarrassed. I don't know. But I'll speak to these guys and man, how they just rip things off, and I'll come home and like, babe, how do I talk to these dudes? I don't know. I can't just rip off scriptures. And I'm like, how the hell you learn that? I can't even understand it. So yeah, but I feel this type of conversation, at least for me, if I got to watch or listen or just be part of it and watch men talk about their faith and their fail points and everything that's changed, that I'd be like, oh, for me, that's how I connect.
Yeah.
And if scholars and you need scripture and everything has to be laid out in chronological order for you to, cool. I'm not one of those dudes. I'm still on Adam and Eve. Like, wait, who's what? You know, like I'm still trying to figure out, was there a lot of Adams and Eves?
Yeah.
Was it the world? Are we flat? Like, you know, my mind's just going a million miles an hour. So that's where, but when dudes are just talking, I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I can relate to that. Shit, that's me. Oh, you might be talking about me right now. That's how I connect. That and worship are my two biggest, is just men being able to, true men being able to talk and be able to relate. That's why it's so funny, man. You look at guys like us, and we got this image, and people automatically want to judge, but here we are crying it over a podcast talking about God. It's like, dude, there's nothing more alpha than that shit.
Dude, nothing. I mean, you think about you look at his life and what he did. He is the epitome
Gangster, bro.
of gangster. God's gangsters, dude. Straight up. Like, I'm willing to die for him.
Gangsters.
You know, and how many things are you willing to die for? Well, I'll die for him.
We had Drew Romo. He's the cop that got fired and went viral over it. And I think it was his episode. I believe it was him. And he said the most gangster shit, the most alpha shit you will ever do is give your life to God.
100.
That was me. That was my problem with my pride. I'm not bending the knee to nobody. I talk about it on here. I'd have been that night when they'd have been like, bend the knee and this kingdom's yours. Fuck out of here. I ain't bending nothing. Schwink, head lobbed off. Like, that's who I've always been. You know, that's my wife. She's like, it's your pride and you need to bend the knee. And that's, and even still, even though I do it, and then I find myself pulling back slowly. the pride will start to build back up. Then I got to check myself and drain it all. And then it's this constant flow with me. And then I get on hard on myself because I'm like, dude, I call myself a believer. I feel, I believe, I know, and there's no doubt. But then I find myself getting pulled back out of it, you know. But it's just that constant battle. But not a lot of people talk about it. They all want to be these perfect Christians and gave my life to Christ, haven't failed since. And I'm just like,
I'm like, can you bottle that up? I'll take some of that over
we just
here.
rub elbows for a second. Like,
can I get a second round of that over here?
Yeah,
Seriously,
like, I feel like I need to get baptized every summer just as a refresher to catch back up.
To your point, I have to be in the Word every day.
Yeah, that's my problem. I'm not.
And even if it's not a Bible, okay, what I mean by word, like Scripture, these books, something that is filling me with Him. Yeah, that's where I always, whenever I deviate, whenever I'm drifting, it's because I've gotten complacent.
That's where I'm at.
Or I'm not in the Word. And it doesn't have to be so structured. I try and tell guys, like, and give yourself some grace. You know what I mean, man? Like,
we give everybody else grace. We give ourselves.
Yeah, and he's already forgiven you. Yeah, He forgave you long before you'll ever forgive yourself. You don't need to carry that cross. No. You know,
He did it for us.
He did it. It's done. But guys think they have to. Like, I didn't know how to pray for so long. What do you mean you don't know how to pray? I don't know. I didn't know how to pray because I thought I had to look a certain way. Yeah, I thought I had to sound a certain way because
that's how I was. You hear these people, dear Heavenly Father, and I'm over here like one eye and like, how does this guy know what to say?
Yes,
that was my problem. But then my wife's like, just talk to him. The best thing that my wife ever said, just leave him a voicemail.
Boom.
Just leave God a voicemail. Boom. All right, bro, we're here.
Yeah,
like, you
ready for this?
Oh God, I don't know when you're gonna get this. But, and but obviously praying with her, that was a huge change in our house. But just leave him a voicemail in your truck.
Yep.
Before you walk into a building, before I walk into a meeting, give me strength. Just guide me through this. Dude, give me the words.
Everything changes. Literally everything changes. And you got an unlimited plan with him, man. You know what I mean? He don't bill us by the minute. Mm-hmm. I'll be broke. Mm-hmm. But, yeah.
Dude, I love this conversation, man. You're a hell of a man.
Thank you. I will say that this room is filled with the Spirit, bud.
I love hearing that because there's sometimes we feel like we need to sage this place.
Well, you might, because the enemy's always going to be trying to come in here.
100%.
Whether it's coming in with a guest.
Yep.
Whether it's just creeping in the door.
Yep.
This is such a sacred place.
Thank you.
And He is using you to be a disciple.
Same, man.
And I would protect this like it's your little Fort Knox with your little bit of heaven in it. Because the lives that we've talked about that you're changing based on what you're talking about will have an impact like you'll never see the end of that because it's gonna generation
absolutely
well after we're gone
beyond the them.
Yep, 100%.
You ever thought 10 years ago we'd be sitting here having this conversation like this? Going from just fighting the world, chasing everything that doesn't matter to
I will tell you that
sharing our lives.
When you're living in sin and there's no enemy attack,
you're doing something wrong.
There's no point in living. There isn't. So that's a constant reminder for me is when I'm not feeling anything or life feels too easy, I'm like, I'm slipping.
That's where he wants you. That's where the devil wants you. Fat, lazy, complacent, just going with the flow.
Yeah. Man, I'll tell you what.
Any last message?
You're never alone. In the quiet, in the dark, when you have lost all hope, when those thoughts creep in, when life doesn't feel like it's worth living, he's there. He's waiting for you. Just like any father that loves their children would do, he's always looking for us and making sure that we're safe, that we know we're loved, and that's all he wants. He wants a relationship with each and every one of us. And I would tell anybody who thinks that there's no hope, just start talking to him. It'll be amazing what you hear.
If you listen. Gotta listen.
Gotta listen.
I know I'm trying to end this podcast, but we're just going to keep talking. It'll be a 7-hour podcast, but when you're alone, she's huge on solitude. That's where she does her growth. And I think a lot of people feel we need these big groups. We need the people, we need the parties, we need the friends. But in reality, it's some of the greatest healing you're ever going to do is when you're alone. The greatest thoughts, the greatest plans, everything that you can come up with is with you and him.
You're up.
They did that study. Chris, with the religion business, he said that one of the churches spent millions trying to figure out how to pull in new Christians. And they went to one of the colleges and paid millions of dollars to have them do this whole study on it. And the two main things that drove people closer to God, reading the Bible by themselves and praying by themselves.
Amen.
Solitude. It's an incredible thing. People need more of it. I think it's been turned to be a negative thing.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a loner. He's by himself. Granted, when you're in your thoughts in those dark places, that's when you need to be seeking. But solitude's an incredible thing. We all need it. I think we get the hustle and bustle, the noises, the life and the drama and bills. It's good to just go and sit. Peace, disconnect. That's why fasting. I'm so big in the fasting. It's reset everything, reset it all.
Yeah, that's where that intimacy grows.
Yeah, it's where you find yourself.
It is. It's in the quiet times. It's in the hard times where that connection can start and it can flourish. Unfortunately, the world keeps us distracted. And as long as the world keeps us distracted, it keeps us from that relationship with him. So yeah, that's why we're taught to, and we're shown, and we're constantly pushed in front of us or pushed down our throats with all these distractions and worldly things and all of this drama, social media, distraction. And then you are all of a sudden, you feel so far from him and so separated from him because of all this distraction and
you
white
ask
noise.
yourself why.
Yeah.
Where's God when I need him?
Still there.
Still there.
Still waiting on you.
Still here. Haven't gone anywhere. You are the one that's all over the place.
Yeah.
I feel you. Dude, all right.
Oh, dude.
This was an incredible conversation. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
I feel we're going to have more of these. A lot more.
I'm looking forward to it, man. No, I hope this doesn't stop here.
No, this is just the beginning.
Yeah.
Dude, it was like talking to a mirror this whole entire time. I've never felt in my life, honestly.
Seriously?
100%. So I can't connect with these dudes.
Yeah.
I know. I felt it from the beginning.
I fucking stink.
I do
I'm
too.
sweating.
I am too, dude.
Well, I've gone deodorant-less. I gave up on it. I ended up off topic. I ended up I got like sunburn, like a deodorant sunburn when I was on a cruise like last few weeks ago. Dude, it broke out in this huge like rash. So every time I put it on, it would flare back up. So I gave up on deodorant. dude, I don't smell. I don't even sweat. This is the first episode that I've done that I've actually, because I've got emotional.
I did too. I was like, holy
just
cow.
a normal conversation.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here sweating, and I've gave up. But now I'm like, I felt this one. I detox on this. But yeah, dude, I've never been able to hear somebody talking to like, yup, not even her. She's over there like.
This is more of a sermon, I feel, like a conversation between you two than I've ever witnessed at church. Like, this was just more of a sermon in here. Realer than what I've witnessed. Like, I'm just speaking the truth. It's you guys having a real open conversation, honest conversation, just talking about your faith. Like, no judgment, just real.
I think we're gonna,